Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the second day of our conference. We will start this with the presentation of oncology. A look from both sides by Anna Ivanchenko and Dmitry Shapachka. Anna Ivanchenko has been involved in simultaneous interpretation of oncology for many years, and Dmitry Shapachka is an actual MD. So both a doctor and an interpreter will tell us about medical interpretation. Also, please note the interpreters. We have Andrei Besedin and Alexandra Komarova in the English booth today, and they have been preparing, of course, for this presentation, and they have a few years in the background. Now, Anna and Dmitry, the floor is yours. I hope the slides will now pop up. We've heard the roosters. Good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful sunny day. Well, here you are listening to a report about a gloomy topic, but still relevant for many. Now the floor is yours. Okay, so go click it. So actually, we probably should start with the following. Whenever we talk about interpretation in a highly specialized topic, there's an endless discussion. Who should be interpreting? A linguist, a professional interpreter, or a specialist, say a doctor in this sphere? Because a doctor might be an expert in the field, but not so good with interpreting, and the interpreter is not an expert. So the opinions differ, but we have figured out that there is something in common. And essentially, this quotation, this video clip, presents our opinion. The person has to be, well, human and be able to think. Well, that was unexpected, that the video is upside down. But the point is, we think that interpretation skill would not depend on the certificate. It doesn't matter whether you have a certificate of an interpreter or a certificate of the expert in the field. That is not important. For simultaneous interpretation, you should have this biological skill, the ability to split attention into several channels, the ability to perceive without probably some conscious effort of the cortex, and to process it and to deliver this in a different language. I think this is just a peculiarity of the brain structure. It's not something you get only in the cortex. I tried this myself. I can perceive it. As soon as I start delivering language, I stop perceiving. So I think only a few have this sexual biological skill. That is why we think that any person who is able to think can figure out how to do it. It doesn't make sense to go into a narrow specialization unless you like it. That's why you have to enjoy your field, and you have to live enjoying. So, work in medical interpretations. If we talk about medical translations, it's quite clear. We have leaflets, inserts, we have patient charts, we have medical tourism, when a lot of patients want to travel abroad and the doctors need to know the information. But what about medical interpretation? In Ukraine, unfortunately, we don't have the system of community interpreting. If a patient ends up in a hospital, they kind of are not entitled for a free medical interpreter. But still, in Ukraine, we have specialized medical conferences on different topics with international visitors. Also, we have medical equipment presentations, workshops, as professional development for doctors. Sometimes it's international experts coming to Ukraine and teaching here, or Ukrainian doctors going abroad and training there. And of course, clinical trials. There are a lot of trials run in Ukraine, and many of them happen in oncology, and they get audited. So some person responsible comes here and checks all the papers if they're filled in correctly, if everything goes well. And of course, interpreters are often needed in that process. Also, a small note. Ukraine is very active in clinical trials. So the density of clinical trials in Ukraine actually is lower than in Poland. But yeah, we try to promote it and we try to develop the field. There's another myth, well, or semi myth, that doctors do not need interpretation at conferences or specialized events because all modern medical terminology is English anyway. They are supposed to be able to read English, so they shouldn't require interpretation. And this is partly true. Many skilled, high qualified specialists do understand English, but still it's easier to perceive the information in your mother tongue. And this information has to be adequate. It has to be reasonable. It has to be what the speaker is trying to broadcast. And well, this myth is caused by the fact that Ukrainian doctors are not really frequent visitors on the medical conferences with interpretation. And they might come to this event a few times a year, and they have heard some bad interpretation, and then they think, okay, I don't really need this because I had this bad experience, I had the rubbish in my headphones, and that's why I don't want it. The point is, the interpretation has to be really accurate. It has to clearly deliver what the speaker is trying to explain. Uh, that's why high quality interpretation still is required. And of course, we cannot interpret everything. From my own experience, from the requests I receive, and from the work of my colleagues, I can say that the most popular topic in medical interpretation is oncology, it's hematology, also as an adjacent field. On cardiology, there are also a lot of events, dentistry, including aesthetic dentistry. Another frequent topic is aesthetic surgery and plastic surgery. There are big congresses on that, and infectious diseases. Well, this year, the terms like viral load essentially is a notion that everybody now understands. So, and epidemiology, of course. Of course, uh, just like doctors don't specialize in all the fields of medicine because each particular field has a ton of knowledge. So doctors specialize, and interpreters probably do the same. So medical interpreters, they master this or that field better out of the general domain of medicine. And it's totally fine. It's like a junior doctor. When they go out to the market, they are trying to figure out what their specialization would be. Same is for the interpreters. They look into their preferences, what brings them more fun and interest, and then essentially they choose their specialization inside the domain of medicine. So as we said, we specialize in oncology. That is why we will look into that particular beast and what's it made of. First, we have the stage of diagnostics. When the patient is diagnosed, and in oncology, it is a set of different methods. They are applied comprehensively, but uh, this is radiology, which is MRI, CT, X-ray, and so on, and there is a whole different set of terminology there. And it's not our strong side as well. I deal with lab methodology, like pathology, molecular pathology, and we will dive into that particular aspect more. To start, we want to give you uh, an interesting case for the interpreters. The term, the English term pathology has no direct equivalent neither in Russian nor in Ukrainian. Uh, Pathology comprises three different fields: cytopathology, histopathology, and molecular pathology, which have different names in Russian, uh, which they can be rendered in English as cytology, histology, or molecular pathology, but we don't have native Russian terms or Ukrainian terms. Historically, we had these histological terms. They were there before. So molecular diagnostics joined later, at a later stage. That is why molecular pathology as a separate field, as a separate direction, only formed like 10 years ago, or less than 20 years ago. As Ukraine, well, is slightly lagging behind about a dozen years in every industry, uh, there was the same in this here. In terms of post-Soviet mentality, the term pathology was more or less equal histology plus more or less cytology, cytopathology, and maybe a little bit of molecular methods. While in the Western world of diagnostics, these three major fields are equal and they help each other and they make a comprehensive system. So let's go section by section. Cytopathology. This is studying cells, and it is subdivided into gynecological and non-gynecological. Many of us know about gynecological cytopathology because women of a certain age uh, undergo the pap test, which might find possible anomalies in the reproductive system. But once again, medical traditions are different in different cultures. If in Ukraine this is kind of chaotic process, a cytopathologist is looking into that, and in Western countries, the process of this screening is more systematic. The lab, which receives all the samples, has two dedicated positions. There is the cytoscreener, who only looks what is normal, what is abnormal, and everything abnormal then is given to a cytopathologist. And in Ukraine, these two specializations merge into one. Well, why do we have this differentiation into the gynecological and non-gynecological? Because essentially the most part, the biggest chunk, is the cervical screening. That's why it's called gynecological. And everything else, like the punctures of the mammary glands, of their sites, some other secretions, all that is tested in this non-gynecological cytopathology. And if we talk about the screening, the most important is to separate good and evil, to look what is benign, what is malignant. And also in cytopathological methods, we look at cells, not in the context of the bigger tissues, but we look at cells specifically. That is why sometimes it's not so easy to divide into benign and malignant. And that is why also borderline tumors are not so easy to find. Yeah, yeah. Actually, that slide, if anybody was wondering, was the thyroid carcinoma, which is a malignant tumor. Next, we have histopathology. This is studying not cells but tissues. And here also we have differences in the names of the positions. In the English, it's called just a pathologist, while in Ukraine we have what we can render into English as a histologist, um, a pathomorphologist, and we still have this Soviet classification where the official position of the doctor is rendered into English as pathological anatomist. It's just a historic notion. And many people still perceive that uh, that a pathologist, this pathanatomist, is doing post-mortem. But actually, it's the opposite. The biggest part of our job is just lab work when we do biopsies. Biopsies essentially is when you pick a small sample of the tissue, you put it under the microscope, and then you try to figure out what the disease is. Or post-surgical study when they want to look into the tumor, what the stage of the tumor is, and what is the condition of the lymph nodes, what is the stage of the disease. And then the final diagnosis is given, and on the basis of this pathological diagnosis, then the stage of the disease is figured out, and the treatment is chosen. Another part of histopathology is immunohistochemistry. Of course, it's a long title, that's why usually it's abbreviated as IHC. But the person involved in this it is also called a pathology. We don't call them immunohistochemists. Or sometimes in English they just say immuna. We did some immuna. They mean IHC, essentially. So this thing emerged in 1980s. Essentially, it is a molecular method. This is a way to find different proteins in tissues. So immunohistochemistry means finding specific proteins in tissues. Mostly, this is required to specify the diagnosis, because the tumors could be very look-alike, but they could have different origins. And then they would be sensitive to different types of therapy. That is why that is the method to specify the diagnosis, or if we know that this is, for example, breast cancer, we still use this method to check the hormonal status to figure out if the patient can be cured with say hormonal therapy. So it has both diagnostic and theranostic significance. Yeah, so now we are at molecular pathology. And unfortunately, the term in Russian or in Ukrainian is not yet widespread. The guys who do that could be called a geneticist, a molecular biologist, which, yeah, it's partly true, but it does not reflect the essence of the term. Why do we need this specialization? Well, the most interesting thing is finding hereditary cancers. If your relative had an oncological disease, had a tumor, then depending on certain tests you or certain characteristics, you can figure out if the chance of hereditary cancer is high or not. And in this case, the germline mutations are tested. Yeah, so these molecular biologists or geneticists, they can actually work in in agrochemistry, in agricultural field, or in forensics. So the term molecular biology is very wide. That is why we have this narrow definition. People who do molecular diagnostics in oncology are called molecular pathologists. In Ukraine, we still are quite far from that understanding. So, besides figuring out the hereditary predisposition to the development of cancer, which is important because we can know the risk. If the risk is high, you can create some screening schedule, you can try to mitigate the risk. But also, this specialization is used um, to to clarify the diagnosis. For example, in the situations of lymphomas and sarcomas, other methods like immunohistochemistry do not help us to differentiate the diagnostics, while molecular pathology can find a certain translocation and tell specifically what the disease is. And another big subsection, and there are many conferences on that, is what in the Western world is called theranostics, which is finding specific genetic changes in the tumor which affect the choice of therapy. Mostly this is to choose the target therapy or immunotherapy. Now this field is being developed massively. And previously, they were looking for specific isolated mutations in certain genes. Now we have big panels of genes, and the interpretation of the test is more and more complex and kind of difficult. So it's quite a big new field that I am now exploring and developing. Now, a few words about the methods. When we talk about cytology, immunohistochemistry, well, they all are different. Like a cytopathological, that's one method, IHC is a different method, but a different method, and molecular pathology has different methods. There's a whole variety. One of the most widespread is the so-called FISH, the fluorescent in situ hybridization. So there's a certain marker very specific to some sections of the DNA, and you can figure out that a certain gene has less copies than normal, or there are some changes, some movements of these bits. Here, there are like the important terms are amplification, for example, when there are several copies of a specific gene instead of one, or a deletion when the gene is no longer there, or the translocation. In English, there are two different terms, translocation and fusion. This is, and this means the translocation of a segment of the chromosome into a different section or into a different chromosome. Unfortunately, in Russian or in Ukrainian, they all are rendered as what we call translocation. Essentially, when a segment is translocated to a different part of the gene, it creates a kind of a chimeric thing when a gene is mixed. And when the RNA is creating this protein, it looks like, half fish, half cow. So it's like a chimera. And that's why it's called fused. But, well, unfortunately, in the Russian language literature, this term is not widely used. It's understood, but strangely, they just put into this big pool of translocation. And yeah, I also follow that trend. When I speak, I just use the word translocation. And when we talk about amplification or deletion, in the English literature, you can see that that method is intended to identify copy number variation. So amplification or deletion essentially means the variation in the number of copies of that gene. another set of methods, the PCR or sequencing methods. We don't have just one PCR method or one sequencing method. There's a whole subset of different PCR methods or different sequencing methods. Now, mostly we have real-time PCR and the next generation sequencing. And this of course also is a set of different methods, but they are grouped into this term next generation sequencing, even though they even have different principles. Yeah, by now I'm sure everybody knows this abbreviation of PCR because it's used to detect COVID-19. Well, this method is used in oncology as well. And if we talk about the oncology, mostly sequencing is used to detect single nucleotide polymorphisms. What does that mean? And it's pronounced usually as a SNP. Now we have the human genome decoded. We know that our DNA is a long sequence of only 4 nucleotides, A, G, T, C. Here they are, Dima's t-shirts. And we know that it can be like A, G, D, T, C, C, and so on. And sometimes where there should be A, there's G. This is polymorphism, single nucleotide polymorphism. It's quite a frequent phenomenon, and usually it's a neutral thing. It's not significant. If it's not significant, we call it polymorphism. There are cases when there are dire consequences, and then it's a bad polymorphism, and then we call it a mutation. Yeah, but we actually all are different because we have different variants, different versions of same genes. And then genotypical variation leads to phenotypical variations, which means that we all look differently. And if it's something bad, we call it a mutation. If it's neutral or good, we call it polymorphism. Okay, so getting back to oncology and to what we find with these methods in oncology. When we say cancer, this term, it includes all types of diseases, and even in the West they call it just cancer. But the valid use of the term cancer is there only for epithelial tumors, and they can be benign, and then it's called an adenome or fibroadenome or like prostate adenome. So if you hear the word adenome, then it's benign. If it's carcinome, then it means that it's malignant epithelial cells. Yeah, we're not showing any pictures to you because it still is a lovely morning. Now to continue.
So basically we have adenocarcinoma from the glandular epithelium. Glandular cancer is the old term. We no longer use it, but it's correct. And there is also squamous cell carcinoma that stems from squamous epithelium. Squamous is not literally named in Russian term. The next group of tumors is lymphomas. We can hear it named lymph node cancer. Why? Because certain lymph nodes are enlarged, or a subset of nodes that are affected. Actually, that's not cancer per se. This is a tumor stemming from lymphocytes. That's why they are called lymphomas. And they are basically divided on the basis of cytology or cytopathology. First, they were described, and first, the diagnostic criteria for lymphomas were set for Hodgkin's lymphoma. All other types of lymphomas are called non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. There are dozens of these other lymphomas. So basically speaking, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is a challenge for translation because there are so many of them. For example, mantle cell lymphoma, or DLBCL, which stands for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. No one uses its full name. Basically, we always hear and see acronyms only because it's so difficult to pronounce. Oncohematology is something which is really complex. So many various diseases belong to this area or niche of medicine and basically oncology. Whenever you get a request for oncohematology, be careful. When we have local conferences here in Ukraine, it might be a little bit easier, whereas when we deal with the foreign conferences where everyone speaks in English, it's really, really complex because it's always based on molecular biology. I myself do not know everything related to this area. By the way, I have done recently an assignment in oncohematology. It was really challenging for me. The next subset of tumors are also quite common in terms of prevalence and incidence. I mean sarcomas. They belong to mesenchymal tumors, or they might be called soft tissue tumors. And there is a small paradox here. Soft tissue and bone tissue can be affected by these types of tumors. So you see this division on the screen. These tumors can also be both benign and malignant. When they are benign, they are called fibroma or myoma. When they are sarcomas, they can be of different subtypes. For example, bone tissue, it's osteosarcoma, and so on. We talked about localization or the place where the tumor is in the body. Now let's move on to another classification based on the histology or histological classification. So we see high-grade tumors, low-grade tumors, and be careful, we have large cell, small cell tumors and non-small cell tumors. You see the abbreviation NSCLC. The lung cancer is one of the most common cancers, and that's why you see this abbreviation quite often. So large cell, small cell, clear cell, and germ cell tumors are also other types, examples of histological classification types. Do you all agree that everything is quite logical here on this screen? Look at the left-hand column. High-grade tumor is translated as low differentiation tumor, actually. Can you feel the paradox? The simultaneous interpreters specializing in this medical topic are already engaged at the moment, so they are not able to reply. Look, high-grade tumor means that we are talking about the level of malignancy. It means this word high means that it's really malignant, very malignant. And low differentiation means it does not have properties of the cells from which this tumor is stemming. It's so changed, the cells have been changed so much they are barely recognized. And this is an example of how difficult and challenging it might be for a translator or interpreter to find the proper equivalent, because it's not very intuitive sometimes. Let's move on to staging. Once we have identified histopathological diagnosis, we have to identify or define the stage of the process. What's important for us, the interpreters or translators, is as follows. We often see case studies during the conferences, like male, 65, type of carcinoma or cancer, and later we see these combinations, TNM classification. What does the T stand for? Easy, it's tumor, and usually they put the figure in front of it, which means the size of the tumor. We sometimes see TIS, which means tumor in situ. We do not translate it. The next letter, N, stands for node, lymph node, basically. It means that there is a regional lymph node closest to the tumor, and we define whether it's affected by the lesion. Third letter, metastases, denotes actually metastases, and we see whether we have them or do not have, and depending on that we see the figure next to this letter, 0 up to number of metastases. We often see some organs, and it's always defined by the anatomy of our body. It's really important that you revise the topological anatomy before you go to the assignment, so that you can name all the adjacent bodies or regional lymph nodes, especially when you deal with the intestine, small intestine, large intestine. There are a lot of lymph nodes around the intestine, and molecular biologists always are very specific about the nodes they are dealing with. And again, here you might face some terminology, translation of which is not intuitive, so please make sure you know the equivalents beforehand. Okay, looking at this TNM staging classification, the higher the figures next to these letters, the worse the case. And then, as an example, T3N2MO, this is the breast cancer. This stage would be called third A stage, which means this is a big tumor, 3, 2 lymph nodes are engaged, and 0 metastasis. And the second example, T1 and OM1, you see the figures are not so high, but 1 metastasis dramatically changes the situation, because it's already the 4th stage of cancer, which means the metastasis is far away from the initial tumor. For example, liver. With the primary breast cancer, liver is considered a distant organ. That's why it's 4th stage of cancer process. Now moving on to therapy. There are different types of it, systemic and something which is done locally. For example, surgery, we can remove the lesion, or it could be radiation therapy. These are very big, expansive areas of medicine. So many complex ideas, notions, everything. I would never say I know these areas well. With radiation, it's already so advanced now. They have these knives, all types of approaches, sophisticated, cutting-edge approaches. They are really complex. I do not know a thing about that, to be honest. Let's move on to systemic therapy. Depending on which type of medicine we give to the patient, we can say we are dealing with chemotherapy, immune therapy, targeted therapy, or endocrine therapy. Well, when we speak about systemic therapy, it's something which we know a little bit about. Before we look into the subtypes of this therapy, we have to say there is another classification. For example, neoadjuvant therapy and adjuvant therapy, depending on the clinical protocols and type of cancer. A patient might get their medical therapy or drugs before surgery, and that would be neoadjuvant therapy, or postoperatively, and that would be adjuvant therapy. When we have the fourth stage with metastases, we would start talking about the lines of therapy, first, second, and up to fourth. It depends on how much money and livelihood they have, actually. When we deal with systemic therapy, we have to somehow assess the efficiency or efficacy of the medical treatment, whether we stop the disease, whether we see regression, or vice versa. You see the system which allows just that, resist response evaluation criteria in solid tumors. And I would note here that solid tumor is actually named solidные опухоли, which is not typical. The stress on the first syllable in the word solidny is not typical for Russian, but still we have to be correct about that. So back to the classification. We might have, after therapy, we might have complete response, which means the tumor disappeared, partial response, it shrinked, stabilized disease, which means the tumor stopped growing. Progressive disease means everything is not, everything we are doing is not working at the moment. The therapy is not efficient. Progressive disease is something really sad. Yeah. Okay, now based on the type of drug we choose for therapy, there has always been chemotherapy. It's the very first type of treatment that emerged historically. Chemotherapist is the oncologist that specializes in choosing the best drug for the cancer patients. Let's move on. Endocrine therapy. Here we have to focus on the type of tumor, whether it be hormone sensitive or insensitive tumor. It's usually about breast cancer or prostate cancer. The next type is targeted therapy. Based on molecular testing, we can identify the target and we can choose the drug that affects this target. Here we have to mention monoclonal antibodies drugs, and usually their names are ending with UMAB. It's so interesting, and recently I've posted on my Telegram channel the classification of names for drugs based on which you can identify the target cells and so on. Next type, TKI, which stands for tyrosine kinase inhibitors, and these drugs are usually ending in inib. In a lot of conferences, we can hear when they speak about immunotherapy, they usually speak about control point inhibitors. These drugs are targeting immune system, but there are also other types of drugs, immunomodulators, vaccines, cell-based immunotherapy, oncolytic viruses. But these checkpoint inhibitors are the most common, and everyone is using them nowadays. Thank you very much for attention. I hope it was useful for you as practitioners, and I wish we all face these words only and exclusively in our work environment. Otherwise, you are colleagues with Anya, and you can ask advice from me through her if you need. I wish you didn't need that. Thank you so much, Dmitry and Anna. I'm sorry for interrupting our speakers, and I am doing that to have Q&A session. Did you enjoy that? Do we have any questions? At least someone understood a word from this presentation. That's good. I understood very little, but my question is as follows. In medical interpretation and translation, do we have this trend? Do you see the trend when the old post-Soviet or Soviet terminology is forgotten and the new English-based terminology is used in our linguistic environment? Yeah, that's the trend we see. I work in medical conferences and I see that our speakers who often travel for work and travel to other countries for conferences, they use so many foreign acronyms and terms even when they speak here at home, actually. Yes, I also agree. There are a lot of words that are just adopted, and that's it. The term we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, pathologist, that's what we say among us, the professionals. And fish, fluorescent in situ hybridization, that's too long. Or IHC, immunohistochemistry, or sequencing, next generation sequencing, and so on. We, the professionals, do use these English acronyms and terms profusely. Okay, right. Do we have a question? I'm sorry, maybe I just missed it. Diagnostic methods. I heard intraoperative diagnosis or diagnostics. The native speaker called it frozen somehow. I could not understand. So the native speaker said frozen, whereas it was intraoperative diagnostics. Is it the same or not? Okay, intraoperative diagnostics, what is it? It's when you have your patient on the table in operative room, operation room, and you still cannot understand whether it's malignant or benign tumor, or you do not know the status of lymph nodes and you do not know how far you should go with removing the nodes and the tumor. And while the patient is still open, you send the tissues to the lab for testing. Yes, that's true. They often call this frozen term, or they might call it express histopathology. This might be used as a synonym. Intrasurgical, intraoperative, frozen sections, tissue sections, something like that. That's true. These are equivalents. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. I was listening carefully, was trying to memorize and make notes. So my question is, actually I have a couple of questions and they are all about translation. At the beginning you said about the inconsistency of terminology between English and Russian or Ukrainian. We often have lack of equivalent in Russian and Ukrainian. So what do we do about that when you translate a document from English and you find absolutely nothing similar in Russian or Ukrainian? What do we do? Do we use this English term, just transliterating it in Cyrillic, or what would be your advice? That's my first question. My first question was for Anya, and now for Dima. I'm asking you to be honest. When you were listening to interpretation of conferences, what did you listen more carefully? Did you listen to Anya's interpretation or the original sound? Okay, let me reply first. When you are in a interpretation setting, if you are in a booth, it's okay. But if you are doing consec and you are surrounded by the doctors, you always can ask and you can make it comfortable for them. But when you are working at home at your desk and doing translation, there is no other option. The best option would be to have kind of communication with the professionals and with your colleagues, of course. I did not, I'm sorry, my turn to reply. Which conference did you mean? You said you were listening to Anya's interpretation of a conference, medical conference. Ah, okay. I was not at home. I was at the conference, but in the next room. Okay, anyway. I was listening to Anya's interpretation, and I didn't hear any nonsense. Everything was fine. Both the speaker and Anya did well. Let me say it like this. A couple of years ago, I was not listening interpretation at conferences. I just didn't think about that. When we had our conferences about lab diagnostics, I was sometimes asked by my superiors to listen to interpretation and assess it. I did it twice, and both times it was very bad. Then we started inviting Anya, and she did well. I would never say that there is 100% coverage of a speech. You could never render every single notion, every single word, but that's not critical. What's essential is there is no distortion in the meaning of what is said. I sometimes hear an interpreter speaking like a machine gun, with a high pace, but the sense, the meaning of what is being delivered by the speaker is distorted. It's actually not what they meant. And I look at the audience, and their faces are kind of lost. They look lost, and that's bad. Now, during the pandemic and the lockdown, we had no conferences, but from now on, I tend to listen to both the speaker and the interpreter whenever I attend a conference. Yeah, that's true. You can never render every word. When we talk about medical conferences, usually doctors speak with high pace. They speak fast, and the quantity, the number of meaning units is really high. But what's good for us is that the speakers tend to repeat what they said for the first time, then they do it once again and then again. So we will have plenty of time to deliver the message correctly. But we have to make sure we never distort the initial message. And you have to be able to identify what can be lost in translation and what cannot. Now about translation and interpretation. Who listened to our interpreters? What would you say? Do you remember the moment that we switched to the Q&A session? The interpreters, our interpreters, actually had this presentation, but in Q&A you can never know what's going to be asked, and this is the critical moment. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, that's true. When a speaker listens to a question about things that they have never said, that's something confusing. Q&A is actually the best way to assess, to estimate the quality of interpretation. If the questions are irrelevant, this means the interpretation was bad. Thank you. That's not a question I'd like to voice. It's a comment. Yeah, about missing something in translation. That's true. That's true, but that's not needed. 100% can never be and should not be rented. I would like to say that you initiated a very good thing. And my question, or rather a wish, would be, could we consider this an initiative, a start for something which could be done for other subject areas, not only medicine? And now to your medical topic. You are a wonderful duet. You are an interpreter and a medical professional. I'm sure this initiative could be beneficial for both sets of professionals. Why did we decide to do that? Because at one of the conferences I worked at, I saw something similar, but these people were an interpreter and a legal professional, a lawyer, and that's why I decided to do this. So now Natalia Fedorenkova is typing in our chat box in online streaming that oil and gas would be a nice thing to talk about next year, maybe. Okay, right. Let's thank Anna and Dmitry for a wonderful speech, a wonderful presentation. Hopefully this initiative will be resumed next year. This Friday we will have interpretation battles. What does it mean? Or translation battles? We will have 2 online moderators, and the participants will be basically here on site. So we are now looking for volunteers. What is a battle? We will have a situation, an actual case, and we will role play based on these cases. So that's going to be on Friday at 6:40 p.m. And I'm sure our online audience will be able to follow that as well.
Yeah, and these battles are also interpreted, so feel free to be part of them. Okay, it's time for our next speaker, Andrei Lashenko, conference interpreter, our distinguished colleague. For years, he has interpreted for the Minister of Defense. He worked at a variety of defense-related organizations, such as NATO. He has extensive experience, and he'll tell us what it means to be an interpreter.
So today I'll be speaking in English. Hopefully everyone will survive my American accent. I'm sorry for that, but still can do nothing about it. Well, hello everyone, and thank you, Victoria, for the introduction. Now, I don't need to tell you my name, so I can save more time for additional recommendations and suggestions on the topic. And as you can see, probably today we'll be speaking about the interpretation as part of the official delegation. There is a lot of, small things, peculiarities that you have to take into consideration unless you want to get in trouble. And since nobody wants to get in trouble, let's have a look at what we're going to cover today. And we'll start with a big question. That is, why listen to me anyway? Then we're going to talk about the official program of WIZIT, what it is, what do you need to try and get for yourself in order to properly prepare for the bilateral event. Then we're going to talk about some talking points, and we're going to cover YouTube. I mean, like, why? What's it for? But believe me, you can find an absolutely enormous amount of information from YouTube while preparing for any bilaterals or any official event. Then, of course, we'll have a conversation about the way you should cooperate with the protocol office, because this is something also very important. It's either you have a cooperation or once again, you can get in trouble. Of course, I will offer you with the useful checklist so that you can have a brief summary of what you will hear in the course of the presentation, so that when you enter the room and you're about to start the interpretation process, if you cover all those issues that I will offer you for you in this useful checklist, then at least you cannot worry about anything else except for the interpretation process. So let's get into that point of our major discussion, and we'll start with the major question, as I've said. Why listen to me anyway? Well, the short answer is I have experience, really. And it happened so that I was the only official interpreter to the ministers of defense of Ukraine in the period from or since 2012 until 2019. And it happened so that while I was doing the interpretation for the minister, in some cases there were other people invited as well, starting with the president of Ukraine, the NATO Secretary General. Once there was a UN Secretary General, really. It was very worrying, but an interesting experience. Then I've interpreted for a number of Secretaries of Defense. I was fortunate enough to interpret for 3 Secretaries of Defense of the United States. Of course, ambassadors, and live on TV. That was an interesting experience. Well, in some cases, troublesome experience, but I can assure you there was no incident during my watch. So nothing happened, really. Now, one more thing. I know that this information may be interesting, but I wanted to make sure that it would sound credible as well. And in order to make sure that you can refer to some of the information and recommendations that I'm about to give you, I have asked for a number of very notable figures to review this presentation and to see if they're happy with that or not. So I'm very grateful to Evgenia Gaber, the Deputy Director for the Diplomatic Academy, to Vadim Castelli, the interpreter of, well, really the conference interpreter with large experience, and to a good friend of mine, Yuri Plotnikov, who was the head of the protocol office in the Ministry of Defense for 13 years. So all of them have seen this presentation, provided some interesting recommendations, and well, believe it as the reference for your future jobs if there will be somehow connected with the diplomatic activity, with interpreting for official delegations. So I would say that this is the introduction, and the introduction is over. And without further ado, we could go straight into business. And we'll start with the official program of the visit. This is something that you must have, or at least you need to try to do anything in order to get it. Now, this is a joint product of the embassy and the officers of the protocol. And this is a living document, really. So there is never a final version of the program. You can easily get into a situation when your plane just landed somewhere, well, whenever you go, wherever you go, and the first people you see would be the people from the embassy. Now, they would say, hello, welcome, and would like to tell you about the changes in the official program. So this is something that can happen, really. But nonetheless, you do need to get this program for yourself. Now, in order for you to know what to ask for, I'd say that there are a number of different versions of those programs. There is a full version. Now, this is something that is absolutely wonderful for interpreter, because it contains absolutely all the information you might need. The person you're going to meet, or at least you're going to interpret for, then detailed information on the participants of the event, who's going to participate, who's going to be sitting in the front row, who's going to sit in the back row, then seating plan in the motorcade, which is also important. We'll talk about that later on, but really, this is what you would really like to have, and this is what you need to start to ask for. there is a short version of the program, and it only contains the timing and the name of the event, like bilateral meeting with someone. Maybe it will happen, maybe not, but you won't get all the information that might be necessary for you. There is a media event version. This is okay. That just contains the list of events that will be covered by the mass media. Sorry. So it's good, but you won't get too much useful information from that. Also, there is a separate programs for certain members of the delegation. Now, this is truly important because, for example, if you are interpreting for a delegation like from the Ministry of Defense, like in my case, and there was a large delegation headed by the president, and they would go somewhere like NATO summit, something like that. Now, in this case, your delegation would be a small one as part of the big one. So it would participate in certain events, but for certain events, it would go separately. So you need to make sure that you know where are you going in order, well, not to forget that you're about to interpret somewhere else while you're standing with the main delegation. So this is truly an important situation because in some cases, the delegations could be large, really. I can give you one example. There was a NATO summit in Warsaw, and the US delegation had to take 2 aircrafts in order to transport their delegation. They had something like 300 in their delegation, really. So separate programs could save your life in certain ways. And one more thing, I want to underline that the interpreter must know the program. Not, I will look at it upon arrival. Believe me, this is not the best option. You need to know this program beforehand in order to ask any questions you might want to ask well, to the protocol office. Now, for you to know which questions to ask, there is a few things, a few recommendations that I can give you. Now, this is kind of a standard program that you could easily find. In this case, this is the program for a delegation from the Ministry of Defense. Now, let's have a look at what information, what data do you need to search for. We'll start with definitely who are you meeting with. It's important, really, because you need to know, you need to prepare for this bilateral. In some cases, it will be simultaneous interpretation. But in most cases, in case of diplomatic interpreting, it is still a consecutive interpretation, really, because not all the rooms are equipped with simultaneous equipment. Then, what else? Are you the only interpreter? Really? In some cases, like 50% or even more, you can be the only interpreter who would be working for both sides. And it's okay, it's nothing extraordinary, but at least you have to be prepared, well, mentally, for doing the interpretation for both sides. We'll take more of an interesting information. This is what vehicle you're going to take, what is the sitting plan, because the motorcade can be a big one. I mean, it can be composed of 6 or even 7 cars in case of a big delegation. So, like, you can imagine a situation, you leave the facility where you just had an interpretation process, an intense one, and you just feel relaxed or something like that, but it's not the end of the day. There is a large motorcade, and you need to find your place and do that real quick. Nobody's going to wait for you, believe me. Then, mind the number of vehicle in the column and your seat. This is also a very important aspect that you need to verify with the protocol office. And the reason for that is sometimes there is a situation when, for example, the motorcade arrives to a venue where the meeting is going to take place, and there is a welcoming party over there standing and waiting for the head of the delegation. Now, when the motorcade stops, you need to make sure that you're sitting in the front seat, or at least in the seat that is closest to the door, in order to make sure you just wait for the car to stop. You open the door as quickly as possible and you run to the first car in order to make sure that when the door of this car opens and the head of the delegation would step out, you would be already standing behind him to offer the interpretation during this greetings or exchange of handshakes with the welcoming party. I'm not saying that they will tell something very serious or some important matters will be discussed. No. In some cases it could be, but still you have to be behind the head of the delegation already. And if you feel that the place or the seat that you were allocated and the car you were told to take, if that car is too far away from the first car with the head of the delegation, you need to address this issue to the protocol office in advance. Like, look, guys, I won't be able to stand behind the head of the delegation at the time he opens the door and he leaves the car. So it's either you will try and resolve this issue with the protocol office, or you both get in trouble. Because, I mean, the head of the delegation will just, will look for his interpreter, will not find the one, and, well, the delegation is the one who's not that, like, services, let's say. A few more things to mention. Also, this is the program of the Ministry of Defense. So let's take a look at some more aspects. This coffee tea thing that you can easily find in some of the programs, it's good. I mean, it can give you the time to have a rest. It can give you a time to recon the area where the meeting is going to take place. But in most cases, it will never happen. I mean, it's written in the program, but like in 90% straight to the meeting. So don't really rely on that. It's not guaranteed absolutely. Then you may take a look at the number of people who will participate in the event. For example, if you can see that there will be at least 15 speakers on the other side, plus the Ukrainian delegation, plus the journalists, plus some other, I don't know, people who might be invited to this event. And if that's a large room, and you can also see that you are the only one interpreter, now you might want to ask for a microphone, because otherwise you can get into trouble. I mean, having to interpret for 45 minutes or so, in our case, that's 1 hour and 15 minutes, only by yourself, and having to control your voice in a manner so that everybody would be able to hear what you interpret. You can lose your voice easily. So that's the point where you can go to the protocol office and say, look, we have a risk here. I might want to use or to try and use the microphone. It doesn't mean that you will get one, really. Absolutely not. There is a possibility, but if you will raise this issue beforehand, there could be a better chance that you will get the mic and you will be able to prepare properly and, well, interpret properly during the event. A few more things to look at is the seat, whether you're sitting at the table or somewhere else. We're going to talk about the sitting plans in the end of my presentation, but really try to make sure that you go into this room where their interpretation is going to take place, or the bilateral, and try to find the seat. It's important because of a number of aspects. If you're sitting at the table, okay, that's perfect. Well, that's the best situation ever. In this case, you'll be sitting to the left of the head of delegation, and you know your place. It's always there. But if you're sitting on the additional seats, as you can see in here, now there could be variations. I'm going to tell you a story. That was one of my first interpretations, and we were in Pentagon. We were supposed to, I was supposed to interpret at the meeting with the Secretary of Defense, and it's always like that. You interpret for the handshakes and for exchange of greetings, and while doing so, the rest of the delegation is already taking their seats. So while interpreting, you have to, well, concentrate at least some portion of your attention to the route that you can take in order to find your seat, because the whole delegation will be sitting already. And if you won't be able to, to ask, could you please raise while I take my seat? Well, nobody's going to do that. So I've interpreted these handshakes, these photographing, and I approached the table and understood there was no seat for me. Absolutely. Not in the front rows, like, just by the table, but on the back rows as well. So everything happens if you're not able to, to recon the area before the event will take place. So I had to take like 2 steps back, and the whole introductory part with all the journalists and things like that, I kept interpreting while standing. I looked back at the protocol office and I tried to, to signal them that something is wrong, but hopefully they understood. And in my case, it was a success. They understood that something went wrong. And after 5 minutes of the meeting, they brought me a seat. But really, this is to underline the importance of having to recon the area where you're going to interpret. Also, as I've said, no place to speak. And one more thing about the sitting. If you're doing the whispering interpretation, make sure you have a certain distance from the head of the delegation. Really, it's important. Because in some cases, you might want to ask the protocol office to change the seats for the person that you will be offering the whispering interpretation to. Once I had a situation, the protocol office told me that I would need to interpret to the Minister of Defense, provide him whispering interpretation, but in the presence of the President of Ukraine. So, and their seats were put close together. And no matter the fact that I was sitting as far as I could, like after 5 minutes of my whispering interpretation, the President looked at me. He said nothing. But believe me, I stopped whispering. Nothing more. Sorry for that, but like, I couldn't do that. I started in 5 minutes or so, but I was speaking very, silently so that nothing could be heard. But really, the idea that you could use is make sure there is a chance to, to change their seats, to at least to have like 2 meters away from the head of the delegation. Otherwise, you'll be disturbing him. No matter how silently you provide your whispering interpretation. So that's important. Now, the final thing is, look where the next meeting is going to take place. If that's going to take place in the same building, then in most cases, the interval, the time between 2 meetings could be like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. So it's either you will leave the room after the head of the delegation, not in front of the head of the delegation, as you'll get in trouble, because the journalists will be standing around and they don't want to, to make a photo of you, but of the heads of the delegation. So you need to make sure that you leave this room as fast as possible in order to, be able to, reach the venue or the premise for the next bilateral to take place. So that's important, really. What's wrong? Oh, sorry. Okay, now if you would take a look at the templates for the programs of the visit, you could see to the left is the one that is used by the presidential protocol. And to the right, this one is used by the protocol in the Ministry of Defense. So as you can see, they are using pretty much the same templates. So whenever you have this chance of working with the official delegations, you can expect of having something like that for yourself. At least you need to try and get this program. Okay, enough about the program, and let's talk about the talking points. Now, there is also a number of versions of the talking points, and what you need to try and get is the complete version of the talking points. Now, this is important because it contains a lot of interesting information for you. It contains the talking points exactly on that bilateral that you're going to interpret. It may contain the biographies of the person that you're about to interpret. It may also contain general information on the current level of cooperation with this or that country. And this is also important because this is the background that you can use really to prepare for the bilaterals. In some cases, it would contain information like on the previous agreements reached during the previous consultations, or any standing agreements or things that could be raised in the course of the bilateral. So it's really important, and you really need to try and get this. It may also contain, by the way, statements for the press. Now, in most cases, they won't read them. So, I mean, you can read it in order to try and get what sort of information, what sort of data will be emphasized in the course of the event, but they absolutely, well, you cannot be sure that they will read it. Okay, so look for the 8th version of these talking points as well. Usually, the final version, the editor's card, so to say, would be available like 1 day before the departure of the delegation. Anything else is already outdated. Now, there is a number of versions, as I've said, for those talking points. It could be a complete text. That is the text that this person can simply read. That's the best possible option for the interpreter, because he can read a lot. He can get a lot of information out of that. Or it could be an instructions, as you can see on the right. It simply says don't forget to tell about this one, or raise this issue, or express the words of gratitude for something. So it's good, but it's not that informative. And one more thing, the talking points, they can be confidential. Not the exact talking points like what he's going to say, but the additional information, as it may contain certain data, certain figures, and just make sure you're not leaving it somewhere else. Because if the journalist will find it, that will be, a source of very interesting publications and things like that. In the end of the day, who's getting in trouble? The interpreter. Okay, so one more thing in the end of my conversation on the talking points. The more experienced is the speaker, the less he reads his notes and the talking points as well. Okay, we'll get to an interesting part of my presentation. That is the way you should use the YouTube. Now, be ready to interpret both sides. Remember, I've already mentioned that. And listen to the possible speakers in advance, because sometimes you may be really surprised. Now, you need to learn their tricks and special figures. Now, I'm sure everyone knows English, right? Everyone's fluent in English, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to try your, skills. Listen to this.
First to go in the final round from Welch, Oklahoma, Justin Dodson.
$1.42 and a half down to the hand 3. $3.43 and a half. $1.43 and a half down to the $3.4. $144 and $144 bill. How about down 44? $3 and a half. How about $4.43?
It's not a medical interpretation, really, but you need to be ready, because in some cases your speaker may, be incredible in any terms. Okay, but hopefully you can get another speaker, or you won't have this sort of a speaker in your career. But in addition to, listening to the speakers, you need to pay attention to the language they're using and to their movements they're taking. Now, watch this video.
Very important question, a very critical question. Why should Americans invest in the defense industry, in the Turkish defense industry especially?
Thank you very much for your question. It's a really right and big question. My answer is that if the American companies come to Turkey, invest in the defense industry, this will help us to produce cost-saving production due to this financial crisis, austerity times. It is the right place to produce cost-saving project and high-quality productions.
Okay. Now, what conclusions can you make out of this video? If I would be preparing to interpret during a bilateral with this person, then I would pay attention to the way the question was asked. in simple grammar, standard word order, clear pronunciation. So when you will be interpreting for this person, make sure you will use the same. Because if you'll be using advanced grammar or colloquialisms or something similar to that, he won't simply understand the question. And it's your job as the interpreter to make sure that you are interpreting in a manner that would be perfectly understood for the other side. If you need to somehow adapt, then do that. One more thing. If you will look at the way he answered that, and if you look carefully, you will see that, well, at least in the beginning of the video, you saw he was holding a pack of cards. Now, that's an absolutely unique manner of having the talking points. The talking points are printed on the cards, and he got, a whole lot of them, really. And when he's nervous, he starts shuffling those cards. And the talking points become mixed. So, you could, maybe, you've seen that while he was answering the question. At first, he was using plain words, but then his eyes went down and he started reading. And then it was a written text. The problem is that in some cases, the beginning does not really match the end. And you need to, to be ready to that. It's not that you become suddenly deaf or you cannot understand English. No, it's not the case. You have to be ready, to adapt once again. And you can see in my presentation there is a kind of an English version of what he said already. I'm not going to concentrate on that. I'm just wanted to tell that this is possible, really. One more thing. Watch here.
It's great to see you again, and I know that we're catching you on a busy day before you hit the hill and then head back. You've been in Washington for a couple of days. You're here right after the NATO summit. Talk to us a little bit about what the mood was at that summit. There were a lot of concerns about transatlantic unity in the wake of President Trump's announcement of tariffs, a concern about a transatlantic trade war, some other language. And so a lot of our NATO allies are concerned whether there will be a message of unity from the alliance when alliance leaders meet in July in Brussels. Talk to us a little bit about the NATO ministerial and the tone that it sets for the meeting of leaders in July.
Yeah, good morning. Indeed, so there were quite a lot of discussions, and the first question was about the unity of NATO and about the need to close the gaps and to find the compromises between the allies which are here. And of course, all actually people with whom I discussed, so really they would like to avoid that these disputes, which are now in some other areas of defense, will move actually to defense and security area, to the poisoning, of course, NATO summit, and also so for the directions of strengthening of NATO. This is about that. We are family, and of course not everything is nice and good in the families usually, but it's about the compromises, living together, working together, and finding the compromises. So we very much expect that during this 4 weeks, so the atmosphere will improve, at least regarding NATO summit, and of course we will have the summit about the strengthening of NATO, and again the next stage of regaining.
Well, enough of that. Really. Once more, what sort of conclusions can we make out of it? Like the question the journalist asked, he used advanced grammar, he used colloquialisms, it was an open question, and it was really an unprepared interview. So when you will be interpreting from Ukrainian into English, you can use whatever you want. That's no problem, there is no limitations. But you have to be ready. If you'll be interpreting for both sides, you have to be ready for this type of speeches, really. So it's a kind of a descriptive answer, really. So he builds a picture rather than states a series of facts, and it's very hard to interrupt him, because if you'll interrupt, you'll open up in a situation when there is nothing to say, really. I mean, it's hard to provide a certain interpretation that would contain certain facts or something like that. Because once again, he builds a picture rather than gives an answer. So it can be hard, really. But if you get used to that style, you can do the interpretation. There will be a lot of simplifications. There will be a lot of, well, compression, but it can happen, really. So in this case, as I've said, there is no need for simplifications. It's okay for simultaneous, because with all the compression that we can use during the simultaneous event, I'm sure that the simultaneous interpreters, they will not be happy in the beginning, but in the end, they will understand what sort of advantages this will bring to them. One more, and in fact, the final one. Listen carefully.
Mr. President, thank you for your unbending support and shared vision. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all again at the Riga conference. It would not be overestimated to acknowledge that the Riga conference has become one of the major conferences of defense and security in the region.
Okay, good. Now, what can you make out of it? Well, even if he reads the text, it can also provide you with a whole lot of information that you can use for the preparation. Because if you look at that very carefully, you can see that he was reading the flowers. The flowers, that was the introductory part. So he was reading that. In that case, well, this means that he's not very fluent in English. One more thing, he was reading the articles. He was clearly pronouncing the endings of the words, which is, you know, it might indicate that you would need to simplify the interpretation process. You would need to use simple grammar, no conditionals, and, well, things like that. So even when the person is reading, this could also be a source of multiple conclusions for you as the interpreter when you're preparing for the interpretation process. Once again, I would like to underline your mission as the interpreter to make sure that the other side would understand absolutely everything what the head of the delegation wants to underline. This is your job, okay? And nobody else is responsible for that. One more thing, as we start talking about the cooperation with the protocol, really, this is very important. You have to know the protocol office. You have to, well, establish really tight cooperation in between of them, because there is many questions that you can discuss, and you really have to discuss before the event will start. As I've said, everything should be coordinated in advance, and really nothing ever goes as planned. These are, you know, dignitaries. Their timetable is changing frequently, and that is why really nothing ever goes as planned. Now, as I said, you're fully responsible for the interpretation process, and we'll talk about the sitting plan, as I've already told you we will in the beginning of my briefing. So this is the standard way, although it's becoming less popular in our days. If you're sitting at the table, usually, if you have a seat at the table, then this seat will be to the left of the head of the delegation. That's the most convenient way. You have a place to, you know, to make your notes. It's always easy. You're sitting close to the main speaker, because in most cases, only the head of the delegation will speak. So you can easily intervene if necessary, if he will forget about you and he will forget to make pauses. So it brings a lot of advantages for the interpreter. Mind the distance between the seats, unless you can get in trouble, because you'll be, you know, you will need to control your voice, and in order not to speak too loud, because you'll be speaking practically into his ear. So make sure there is a space in between of these seats. This is how it looks like, really. You're sitting to the left of the head of delegation, and every member of the delegation has his seat at the table. the most convenient option. There could be other option. In this case, also, I wasn't allowed actually to sit at the table, but I was sitting behind him in the beginning, whispering. That was the situation when I was whispering too loud, by the way. So I decided to make sure I have the largest distance possible from the president. But there could be other situations as well. And the sitting plan could look like this. That's in case of a large events, really large events, like a NATO summit with a lot of rooms prepared for bilaterals. Now, this is less convenient for you because the note-taking is challenging. You have to control the pitch, the loudness, and everything like that. Besides, you're an unavoidable TV star, as I say, because in any case, you will get on a photo. There is absolutely no way how you can, disappear from the stage or something like that, how you can make 2 steps to the left or to the right so that you're not in the camera. So in this case, you will definitely get on the camera. So this is how it looks like, really. In some cases, it's convenient. In some cases, it's not. But what you have to understand is that you are interpreting for the head of the delegation. Only for the head of the delegation. The rest of the delegation could be sitting like 3 meters away. Of course, you can speak loudly for everyone to hear, but that would be really disturbing for the head of the delegation because it would have to listen to all the screams that you produce. Not the best option. Okay, finally, the last but not the least are the ceremonies. The ceremonies, they also require certain knowledge and cooperation between the interpreter and the head of the protocol office, or at least with the protocol office. There is no standard approach to ceremonies and to the way how you need to interpret, because in some cases there is a certain level of understanding in foreign language, in some cases it's not. But let's take a look at one ceremony. I'll give you a few recommendations so that you would understand what to look for and which questions you need to ask from the protocol office. So, okay, this is the official meeting. So whenever a dignitary would arrive to the Ministry of Defense, there is a ceremony, if this is a real big dignitary. And there is a ceremony, like a welcoming ceremony. So at first, we'll start from left to right. So at first, you appear closer to the vehicle of the head of the delegation, the arriving delegation. The minister, in some cases, would be waiting for him, for the other delegation to arrive. And you provide interpretation for the welcoming words, for any greetings that might be there. Besides, the head of the protocol would instruct the minister or whatever else dignitary who arrive, he would instruct him on the ceremony, how it's going to be happening, what he's got to do, any words he have to say, things like that. Then you disappear, and make sure you're disappearing in a proper manner, because there are a lot of journalists around, and I've seen, some interpreters willing to disappear. They were like this, and it's all went on cameras, really. No good. So you're just walking by, making sure you're not on the cameras, you disappear. Now, you reappear again during the introduction process, because in our case, the 2 ministers, they would be passing by the honor guard, right? Okay. They would be passing by the honor guard, and when they did so, there will be an introduction, and they will meet each member of the delegation, right? So you would need to reappear again in order to provide interpretation if necessary. Okay. When this is done, you need to disappear again, because the honor guard will be marching in front of those 2 ministers, and you don't want to get like on the background of this perfect situation, because the cameras are there, the journalists are there, they want to have a great picture, and they don't want you to be on that picture. Now, when this is done, you need to reappear again in order to make sure that you're already standing behind the minister and provide the interpretation while they'll be walking into the building. That's only one of the ceremonies. Believe me, there are many of them. But you have to understand how the process goes and be able to ask any questions that you have to the protocol office. It's important, really. Now, these useful checklists that I've promised you, if you know the questions to those answers, if you at least thought about those questions, then you can feel safe. This will save you in most of the cases. So the questions are, do you have the updated program? Do you know the key bilaterals? Do you know your colleagues, if there will be a colleague? Then, do you know the car, the route that you need to take? Do you know the room numbers where the interpretation going to take place? Do you have the talking points, and have you heard the key speakers before? Also, have you asked the protocol office of any special features like seats, like any special requests of the other side? Have you seen your seat? Well, or chair, if it's available. Have you checked the equipment, the channels? That's in case if you'll be interpreting NATO headquarters, you need to make sure that you're on the same channel. And don't forget your copy of the talking points when all this is over, just like my briefing. So thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for your wonderful, comprehensive presentation. And we have first question from our online audience, actually from our colleague, Daria Bibikova, French interpreter.
Okay.
And she wants to know, could you please tell us more about coordination with interpreter from other side, especially if you didn't have time before the meeting to discuss all the actions?
Well, in this case, as I've said earlier, the program is in fact a joint work, a joint product of the protocol office and the embassy in that country. So the embassy would definitely know all the detailed information on the bilateral, really. And if you see that there will be an interpreter on the other side during most of the events, then you can ask the embassy or ask the protocol to ask the embassy who's going to interpret. In some cases, they can provide you with the phone number of the person. And, well, you can use Viber, WhatsApp, we all speak English anyway. You can talk to this person and you can agree on some aspects that could be necessary, like who's interpreting the handshake and who's looking for the seat, for example, because this could simplify the matter when you're already started the interpretation process. Now, you can briefly tell what's expected, what sort of topics could be raised, but you're not allowed to, of course, to provide the talking points to that person. You can say that these topics or these terms, even the terms, they could be used in the course of the briefing. And she could do the same for you. I mean, she could tell, okay, now, well, these topics could be raised, but I'm not sure. Like, these terms could be raised. In most cases, she will tell, or he will tell only the terms. It could be also useful. I mean, for you to prepare, to be ready, because any context any issue could be raised in the course of the meeting.
Okay, in worst case scenario, you just come into the room and there is another interpreter.
Good. Happy to welcome. Hello. We'll be friends, hopefully.
Are you going to coordinate your action somehow before you start?
In most cases, they want time for that. We just, if that's a simultaneous interpretation, then you could at least agree on some points, because, I mean, the standard way of working would not work in there. I know we're working for like 20, 25, or 30 minutes, depending on the speaker, and then we switch, right? And in case of a diplomatic interpretation, they want to have their national speaker, right, to interpret for their delegation. In some cases, it is possible, like when they're exchanging their points, so they don't usually speak like for 30 minutes. But if they are delivering something, like delivering a speech or doing a presentation, this could take a while, like 45 minutes or an hour. And you won't be able to interpret simultaneous. I mean, you can, really, but that's going to have a devastating effect on your possibility to continue with the interpretation process, really. So we can agree, like, if there is a large presentation coming, please help me with that, or we'll switch on that as well, and I will help you later on. Those are the things that could be useful. Or, for example, that this interpreter will start, or you will start, because usually the meeting will take place in the following manner. The two delegations will come into the room, right? And the heads of the delegation, they will come close for a handshake, and this is a perfect place and perfect timing for a photo, right? And while doing this handshake, they can exchange some, something that also requires interpretation, but they won't be using microphones, so simultaneous interpretation won't work in this case. And if we have, if there is two interpreters, we can agree between each other who's going to wait in the booth while who's going to stay in the room and do the initial interpretation during this welcoming or greeting part, and then we'll run into the booth. Because in some cases, it's a long distance. I mean, in the NATO HQ, there is a special room where the NATO Secretary General is meeting. But the booth for the interpreters, well, it's like 150 meters, like different corridors and things like that. So you need like 2 or 3 minutes to get into the booth. But you still need to interpret this, the welcoming part. So this is a perfect timing for you to agree on some of aspects that, all in all, to make sure that everything is interpreted for members of delegation.
Thank you. Daria, please give us a sense that we answered your question. And we have more questions. Anna was the first, and then I've seen two more hands.
Yeah, Andrei, thanks for the presentation. That was really informative, and special thanks for including the auctioneer. Yeah, the thing is that when I lived in the States, when I was in high school in a host family, my host father was an auctioneer, so fond memories. Fortunately, I never had to interpret him. I am not really sure they interpret the auctioneers, though. Well, the question was different, actually. I did my share of diplomatic interpreting, and the main takeaway I got from it is that it requires a lot of stamina, because both physical and cognitive load are enormous. And I'm just interested, how do you manage to keep in top shape so that you can face the reality and just do those long days and extremely long hours? I know that everybody has their own coping strategies, but I'm just interested in your personal recipe.
Well, you can get a lot out of preparation, really, because if you read all those documents that you would originally try to get before the event, you wouldn't have an understanding of what's going to be, on the table, which question's going to be raised. And in some cases, after several meetings with several delegations, you can come up to a situation when you know what the speaker is going to say, really. Because when the situation happened in 2014 or during the crash of an MH17, there were a number of delegations in there. And really, we had like 6 or 7 meetings in the morning and the same in the evening, and maybe some phone calls at night. But it's difficult from the point of stamina, but they were raising the same questions, actually, and they gave, well, similar answers. There were some differences, of course, because different nations were asking for certain aspects, but something was in common, and that saves a lot of time and efforts and stamina, because you already know what's going to be. You already can prepare, at least mentally, that, okay, there's going to be this big phrase right now. I have it somewhere. Haha, here it is. And I'm going to make sure that everything would sound perfectly clear. But you have to, pay attention still to the conversation, because they might ask something peculiar, or the answer would contain like additional information that was never mentioned before.
Thank you. And we have one more question. Please name yourself.
My name is Olga. I'm very happy to ask this question now because I work for a defense-related project, and I sometimes interpret, maybe not presidents, but anyway. My question is, how do you handle situations when the speaker makes mistakes and you see that this might be politically sensitive to interpret him word by word directly?
There's two people that can help you with that. The head of the protocol, and in some cases, it's usually there is a person in the ministry who would be responsible for foreign relations. Like in case of the Ministry of Defense, that would be a deputy minister for Euro-Atlantic integration. So, in some cases, like when there is something really important, you can talk to them and receive any instructions they might want to give. What sort of corrections, well, if not corrections, but, small things you are allowed to do without asking. Once, like maybe 10 years or so ago, I was interpreting for a bilateral in NATO, and the head of my delegation told Iran and not Iraq. Now, I had certain instructions before that, and I knew, the things I could do, the things I would not be allowed to do. If there would be a journalist in there, I would say Iran, but then I would make a note to the head of the delegation, like, could you please, like, specify that in the next phrase or so. So this is the way you can do that. If there are journalists in there, and they will say, I'm sorry, I meant like this country, in order not to have any problems. But I understood there were no journalists in there, and there was clearly kind of a small issue that could be easily, omitted. So I told in my interpretation it was Iraq and not Iran. I got a glance, I caught a glance from the protocol. They were saying, well, okay, but we'll talk about that later. But, well, you need to look at, the overall situation, whether a journalist or not, whether it can be done or not. If you have any doubts, just make a note to the head of the delegation, like, sir, it was something like that. Did you mean it or not? And he will, he will give another sentence in just a few, kind of minutes or so. And that will help the situation to be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Andrei had a question, right?
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I love the I want nothing bit included in the slide. My question is, how would you deal with the situation when your head of the delegation, the person you're interpreting for, when they forget about your existence? How do you subtly nudge them into like, whoa, I'm here, I need to interpret what you just said before you carry on?
Well, they need an air to breathe, really, sometimes. And they can, well, I don't know how many sentences they can give without catching another breath of air. And when they do that, now that's your golden opportunity to intervene.
And that's also somebody else's golden opportunity to intervene with a remark or a reply. And you have to stop another person from doing that too. If it's not recorded, of course, and if it's not a strictly like protocol meeting, if it's more like a discussion between people and stuff like that.
Look, when there is a bilateral event, in most cases, like in 99.9% of the cases, there will be only two persons speaking, the head of the delegation, only those. So nobody will, intervene them. And usually when they completed their speech, well, there is like a small pause, like a couple of seconds, for the other head of delegation to understand that the counterpart has completed his statement or whatever he wanted to tell you. So really, you can take this opportunity that I've just mentioned to intervene. In some cases, if you understand that you're capable of interpreting a couple more sentences, you may just wait, because somebody else will definitely make a hint, or it will show the head of the delegation that, look, we have interpreter. Really? In some cases, it may be absolutely unexpected person, Like once I was saved by a NATO Secretary General who said, we have interpreters in here. Please make sure they do have their work to do as well. Really. But if you feel that there is a lot of data, there is a lot of important facts and information, then you have to catch this golden opportunity when they'll try to grasp a few more air and intervene.
Great, thank you. And we have one more question from another Andrei.
Hi. The question is quite simple. I saw all the complications about running up and down here and there and being invisible and visible. To some extent, most of those issues could have been resolved with equipment, with a bidule, a tour guide, and a directed microphone. Has anyone ever tried to just give a headset to the minister and to simply stay a few meters behind, and then you are not in the picture and you can interpret the same using the tour guide system, the bidule?
There is one kind of a small problem about the tour guide system. It cannot guarantee that someone else would be able to pick up a signal. And this is the problem. Not all the rooms, not all the, like, imagine a situation, you have a NATO summit in, running. And usually there would be a number of rooms that are equipped with the simultaneous interpretation equipment. But for this specific event, there could be like 20, 25 additional rooms, prepared for international delegations. And they're physically unable, because of security reasons, because of additional technicians, because of certain space limitations, they're physically unable to place their equipment for simultaneous interpretation. Now, in that case, the only option would be through consecutive or through whispering, which is also, it saves the day in some cases. Speaking about consecutive rather than simultaneous interpretation, also if you're traveling somewhere, for example, there were a number of meetings in Pakistan. It can be troublesome to get in simultaneous equipment in certain countries, in certain situations, or in the field, like there is an exercise running. And, trying to get all the equipment in there, trying to make, in some cases, you don't have time to prepare. You don't have to, you need the time to, to give somebody, to give everyone their handsets, and then you need time to collect them all, which is not the case in most of the, scenarios.
One more question.
Okay.
Hello, thank you. Talking about time and also your voice, do you do any preparation, any voice training or anything to save your voice, or when you have very long interventions, do you any warm up for your voice, or before such huge events, do you do any training?
You can do that if you want, because usually there is a special training organized for the speakers who officially, introduce some news and things like that. And there is a special training, special seminars that are regularly organized for them. You can attend them if you want. Then there are special kind of a seminars organized for the key dignitaries, like for the ministers, for like prime minister, vice prime minister, things like that. And the main idea is to tell them how to properly, deliver the speeches and things like that. It would be hard to get in there, but you may try and at least listen to that. We all have, our own procedures, how do we prepare for simultaneous interpretation. But if you are if you're working for a public organization, usually there is someone to help. Now, in my case, I could use the services of a medic if I get in trouble with my voice. In some cases that happened. I don't know what he did, but in 30 minutes, from being completely unable to speak, I could only whisper. He said that, okay, no problem, I can do something. In 1 hour, you can do the interpretation, but this will last only for an hour and a half. After that, you're unavailable for another day.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We have no time left for the questions, unfortunately. And let's give Andrei a round of applause.
Thank you.
So this is where we arrived at a pause of our stream. There will be a presentation from a different stream, which was, we were planning initially to make a full-fledged launch of this presentation, but because of the time constraints, we have to do it now. Me and the organizers think that psychology is part of the picture when we talk about interpretation and translations. So psychology goes hand in hand. Now the presentation will be at the balance between life and work, how to get it all together, being a mother and have a maternity arrangements in your life and being an interpreter. Hello. Allow me to present myself. My name is Victoria Teleshenko. I'm a freelance interpreter. I am a translator, so I work with text. So this presentation or conversation with you is going to be about written translation and written translators, because interpreters may have different peculiarities. So I'm a translator, and I specialize mostly in pharmaceutical industry and medical sphere. So other than this, I have two kids. They're 17 and 11 respectively, and it so happened that my experience of going freelance, it came together with emergence of my second child. So it all came together. And I will try and focus on that. After my second child was born, the written translation, full freelance, has become my main activity as a professional. So as you can see, a mother can be many different things. So you can be a personal consultant, you can be a doctor, you can be anything that you need to be. So what am I going to talk about, and for whom this presentation is there? That's important to understand. The superficial Google search produced a result which told me that among the translators, about 70% of the community are women. So I would suggest for us all to think today, how can you have it all in your life? Being a full-fledged freelance translator and a mother. Do you have to be all these two things together? Who can benefit from my presentation today? First of all, young mothers who have just recently become mothers or went on maternity leave but would like to get back to freelance interpreting or translating. And also future mothers who want or are about to get a child and now are thinking where to put the stress, on maternity or your work. So what I will focus on is I will share my personal experience. Don't take it as advice or recommendation. I don't like to advise anything to anyone. I'm just sharing my view of the situation, because we all have different life experiences, we have different life situations, we have different kids, but a word of experienced person can give you a useful hint to maybe be more prepared for these kind of situations, and I think that could be helpful for you. So the first thing we'll look into, is it at all possible to have it all in your life, maternity and freelance translation, and how to have it all together. Then we'll look into what will likely change soon and how to be prepared for these changes. And I'm going to share some tips and tricks with you and life hacks for you to have a better and easier maternity. So the main question is, do you have it all to have it all together in your life at one point in time? There is a widespread theory, and when the child is born in your life, you have to focus on the child only and forget about work for some time. I think that there lies a problem. For how long do you have to forget about work? Some say it's a year because it's the most important year in the life of a child. Some say 3 years. That's the average length of a maternity leave in our country. Then they go into kindergarten, then school, first year of school. All the mothers of school kids, they know that just as a first year of life, the first year of school is complicated. So when this period stretches for such long stretches of time, then it's very difficult to get back on track as a professional. There's a second option, hire a babysitter. But that's not my story. I won't give you any helpful tips and tricks because I didn't go that way. I didn't have a nanny or a babysitter, and I did that it was my conscious choice because I want to be there for my kid and I want to understand how my child lives and develops, and I want to invest. So my vision was to have it all together, work and maternity. In terms of maternity, what are the benefits? We are there for our child. We see them grow, we see them develop, we invest in that development, whichever we want, not somebody else's wants, and we see what the child eats, what is the dietary arrangement, and it's hugely important, and of course the joy of being a mother. And you are there 100%, not just far in between. And then when you want to stay in your job, after a lengthy break from your regular work, it's very hard to get back on track because your skills may go down a little bit, because our line of work is not unlike sports. You have to stay in shape. And maybe you've noticed if you went on long sabbaticals or you work with several languages, then you fell out of your community for a while, then you lost shape a little bit. And then you go back on a new event and you see that it's gotten quite hard for you to interpret or translate. But if it was a lengthy stretch of time that you were offline, it's going to get more difficult. Another important thing is making a living. Well, it can be a separate topic altogether. There may be nuances, but still, when you make a living doing your job, it is anyway good for your family budget. And that gives you as a woman a certain confidence. It raises your self-esteem. It allows you to be fulfilled, to have a fulfillment not only as a mother, but as a member of society and a professional. And And it's also your help, your redundant source of your plan B, just in case of some unexpected life situation to pop up. And I will later share my own personal story, what I had when I became a mother. So what will change? To put it short, everything will change. If you don't have children yet, don't have any hopes that the child will be born and it will tend to itself and you will go working. No. So many things will change with the emergence of a child. Your lifestyle will change. Your routine will change. And you might be surprised the way your body reacts. You might be very surprised. Oh, well, you never know in advance what kind of a child you will have. Will it be a screaming child? Will it be a calm and peaceful and docile? So you should be ready for everything to change. So be prepared. And my point is you have to prepare yourself. Well, in any case, you have to prepare yourself, especially if you're planning on having it all together in your life, a child and your freelance job. So what is our bread and butter? Your clients. And clients, they are not born of a thin air. You have to look for them. You have to find them. Your leads. So first thing you fall back on is your old customers, your success cases. And I think a proper freelancer has to have a large pool of clients. Regardless of whether you are on a maternity or not, it provides you a steady stream of gigs, jobs, and you don't have these long dry stretches where you sit on the phone waiting for leads, or you're bored out of your wits and you are longing to get back to work. Of course, you have to stress, you have to build your client portfolio, and that's what you do in order to be prepared. And in that customer pool, I recommend you to focus on those of them who give you small orders, small jobs, but the jobs that would allow for a long time to accomplish. In terms of maternity, those are the ideal customers. And take care of that beforehand, because those customers are your safety net in many ways. Another thing about relations with your old customers that are already in your pool as your child is already there, do you have to inform them that something changed in your life and the family situation has changed? That depends on several factors, but primarily it depends on your personal relations with those customers, whether you have them or not at all. So first of all, the PMs. So I think you will be well off if you inform them what has happened. And if you explain them that for some time, for a while at least, and then we'll see, depending on the character of a child, for some time you won't be able to take big translations or urgent translations, which is usually perceived quite normally. There's nothing scary about that. But again, make a point of it and ask them to please, if possible, give you these smaller jobs and small jobs that allow for a longer time to accomplish. And then you will navigate and maneuver around the problems. And then I put another point, expanding your topic portfolio, expanding the scope of topics you work with as a translator. I'm a medical translator, and those topics were not completely new to me, but having been a medical translator and not being a mother, I don't think I would be able to translate exchanges. So while you are still expecting look them up. Look up those documents, the exchange certificate or something. I'm gonna tell you later what it is. Not many people would take this job because the layman would not always understand what it says, but for a pregnant mothers and their doctors, it's a document very much familiar.
Then, anything relating to pregnancy, you will have a better expertise in this field because you've been through this. I had, and I suppose I still have, quite a long-term project on pregnancy, specifically. So they came to me once, and then they returned, and I said, sorry, I'm busy. But the PM basically begged me to take this job on. They extended the deadline because the PM was saying you're the best translator for the job. But again, you need to know the topic. More on that. Breastfeeding, anything relates to that, or children's nutrition. I did a fair amount of projects on childhood nutrition. This was something that I was feeding my kids with because I had to actually have a look at the can of this food for children. So you would identify with the topic, and you will have the expertise because you're a mom. Vaccines, injections. Once again, I did a lot of work on vaccines and immunization, and only mums and doctors can make sense of what these vaccine certificates say. There are a fair number of standard documents, even the usual phrases that a pediatrician writes in an undecipherable handwriting. So make a mental note on all those topics. And this is how you expand the fields you translate, and then you could take these medical documents on. Some medical translators might be scared to take them, actually, but you won't. Moving right along, we live in a time of global change, and sometimes when you have a kid, you don't always have a million of clients, and those clients you have are not always best fit for a translator with young children. When I had my son, this is 2009, the crisis of 2008 still echoed. We moved to a different flat. My husband wasn't doing very well at his job because of the crisis, so I had to go and look for new clients with a very young child. But in terms of searching for clients, it doesn't really matter whether you have kids or not. You send your CVs, you do your test translations. I succeeded, actually, and I managed to build the clientele, and sometimes I'm so busy I don't have downtime at all right now. I'd like to emphasize the fact you have a child who sometimes fall ill, but this is no excuse for you not to deliver on deadlines, or this is not an excuse for poor quality. No. No and no. This is no valid reason, and don't even think of resorting to that excuse. Moving right along, let's expand on the routine that you'll establish for yourself and your child. What's the structure of the day? So you have a child. Those who don't have kids might have noted and might have been alert to the mother's word saying, we do so and so. But indeed, it's a confluence for a time because you are together. You are a single unit. It's related to physiology, to psychology. Then the distance is gradually increased between you as the child becomes more and more independent. But it's still about you. It's still about us. which means that you will be in very close relationship with your child. Regarding your routine, make sure it's a good fit for the both of you. And that applies to work as well. So sometimes you adapt your work to the requirements of your child and vice versa. I mean, there is no go-to options. I breastfeed every 3 hours and then the child sleep. That's a possibility, but it takes quite a long time to develop that routine. And there are always outliers in this normal routine because sometimes your child might have stomachache or sometimes the teeth are emerging. Just be prepared for that. So try to be flexible to all these unexpected events. So it's all about flexibility. If now all is well, then get down to work. If an emergency happens, then you need to think of different options to address that. That's why you need some room for maneuver to make sure you can deliver it on deadline, that you don't let your client down. You need to think in advance. What did I do? I like to sleep in the morning. So when my child is sleeping, I'm working at a later state. But you know, for the first 6 months of the child's life, moms are terribly deprived of sleep. Next, slow translating. You might have heard about this slowly living, slow food life philosophy, like doing everything without hurry. And this is the case for us. Where you want to retain your clients, you need to deliver good quality, you need to deliver work on time. So whenever you have small breaks, do some translation. If you can do more, you do more, and let your PM know, okay, I have more time, give me some more work. If you need more work, that is. Work anywhere, anytime. It's all about flexibility. You need to adapt your work routine to the routine you have with your child. Feel free to make use of any minute that you have. Now, you still have to do the housework. Try to do it together with your child, so that when your child is sleeping, you can devote that time to work. I was doing the cooking, the cleaning, when my child was awake. So we play with the child and do some work about the house. And then when the child was sleeping, I was working. Assistants. Who can that be? A babysitter? I won't expand on it much. This is an option. You can have like a temporary nanny or a temporary babysitter. You might invite her for a couple of hours when you need to go somewhere or do some work. That is pretty straightforward. Other options, your family, your neighbors, other kids, feel free to engage them. Even when a mother doesn't work, she would always welcome help. I'd like to emphasize that you need to be grateful for the help you've been given, because they don't have an obligation to help you out with your kid. And then you have the question, what about the father? Is dad supposed to help? My answer will be odd. Dads are not supposed to help. Why? Because it's his child too. Therefore, his commitment to taking care of the child should be equal to yours. So it's not about the father's helping. It's about father's obligation to spend some time with the kids. Therefore, invest in selecting the father of the child profusely, and this will pay off in the future. Having a dad who spends time with kids will give you some time to work, but it's more than that. It's some sort of support for a father, because just to emphasize, in advance, you have no knowledge, neither you nor your dad, what might come in the future. We've been through a number of crises together. My father was actually grateful for me having a job, that gave us more security, because when there were some gaps in income coming from his work, he was great that we had this backup option, this contingency plan. In 2015, our dad was away on a business that mattered to our state greatly. So I was alone with 2 kids for 1 month. When the father was going somewhere, he felt confident that I can handle 2 kids. And then he went away for 1 year. I was working, I was raising my kids. The dad wasn't help. I didn't spend any of my savings, so that I was earning enough to cover all our costs. And this was a relief for my husband. Therefore, I call on husbands, please let your wives work. Next, time management. This is one of my favorite subjects, I suppose. You can see all the basics in the slide, but the key idea is do not waste time. Think logistics thoroughly. Any logistics, beginning with any housekeeping you need to do, beginning with the pressing the button on your washing machine. What's the sequence? Make sure when one thing is done, you do the other simultaneously. Plan your logistics, where you places you travel to in the city. This is critical, and it saves you loads of time. Time you can spend working, getting a break, or having fun. Some tips. I recommend using some advanced technology, beginning from nappies and ending with robotic vacuum cleaners. This will save you time and energy. So if the technology can do the job, let the technology do it. Also, engaging others. You need to teach your child to be in contact with not only you, but other people as well, be it dad, grandparents, etc., or elder siblings too. This is good for the child as well. For example, in case of lockdown, you have surely seen it in your Facebook feed when the kids are there all tied up and the mom is working. And I was befuddled. What is that about? Because I'm getting used to the fact that the mother is working and the routines are set. This is quite possible to achieve, and desirable, in fact. Delegating. I brought this up before. Delegate anything you can. The grandma wants to look after the kids? Great. Let her do it. And while they're outside, going to a park, do your work. Also, delivery. When I had my kids, my husband did shopping, but then I realized it's inefficient because he has to go to the supermarket at the end of work day. The supermarkets are jam-packed with people, so we lose 1 hour of the time that Dad could spend with us. Use the delivery services. Then cooking. Engage your grandparents for cooking, because grandmas love doing some dumplings that you can freeze and you can eject out of your freezers when needed. Cleaning. Distribute roles for cleaning. You can use your dad or you can use your elder kids. I haven't cleaned my house for 10 years because my husband and my elder kids take care of that. What a wonderful reason to have babies. Now, to sum up, what is the conclusion? This is a definitely mission possible. You can be both a mother and a translator, because it will keep you alert and you will actually complete more tasks than just an average mom. When my kid and I could go to the garden to have a walk, and then the neighbor said, "All right, what did you bake today?" Because they could hear the wonderful odors, because I love baking. And I said, "Oh, I spent 3 days doing beetroot soup." I didn't even mention to them that I was working, because they would hate me for it, I suppose. So the more you plan, the more you do, the more you manage. Therefore, don't leave the profession and be good mums. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for Q&A, but if you do have a question, I'm still around until Sunday. Feel free to approach me. Victoria, thank you so much. It's lunchtime, therefore we do have the time for Q&A. First and foremost, thank you very much. If I may express my admiration at a successful mom. I saw the English title of this presentation, Getting It All Done. Hence my question. Have you used any time management systems such as Get Things Done? Or have you used any specific tools or time planners or software? If so, which methods? If you tried and you didn't like it, then why wasn't it a good fit? Thank you for your question. No, I did not use any of those because I love doing things myself and keeping things on track. Because if it's a cookie cutter or a template, I don't like templates. Like going on a trip on a cruise ship. I hate cruise ships because it's all been planned, not by me. I love doing it myself, though. You know, if everything's in flux, if you need to make rapid changes, and I'm actually a huge fan of to-do lists. This is also very helpful. I do lists not only in relation to my work, but also when I do the housework, and then you tick the boxes and then you tick another box, and I think, well done. And sometimes you have this box of like doing nothing, and you tick this box and give yourself props. What a lovely turn of a phrase that I planned doing nothing these days. This is critical for everyone. Andre had a question as well, I remember. I might have missed this because I was slightly late for your presentation. Another addition to the client list. Your colleagues could give you some work or could be your backup option. Andre, certainly this is a possibility, but I never use this. Why? Because I like controlling things myself. Resorting to your colleagues makes you dependent on other person. Well, maybe this is my own personal weird notions of things, but when you're dependent on a person, they can let you down. So adds more stress to me. That's why I never used this. This is why I need the night time. My night time is my top productivity hours. So there's the father. We have this nickname for dad that's called nighttime mom. So the child got out of bed and then approached the father first, because he knows he shouldn't even touch mom in the morning. So this is all about roles distribution and obligations distribution. Morning was the time for the dad, so that I could work at night and sleep in. What a wonderful idea. I had this notion of interpretation. For example, somebody is on maternity leave, and you could distribute and give like 2-hour jobs to young mother, and then you could distribute all the travel jobs involving travel to other. But then I realized we don't have the transparency in the market required for this kind of coordination between interpreters. It's my understanding that we have here with us highly motivated, control junkies, people. And the question is, how do you stop? If you love working in an unhealthy way. What a lovely question. This is why we have the forced mixed track. I found the answer for it when the lockdown began. I realized I got the balance. It's just that I just didn't have any work at the time, but these were 2 very happy weeks of my life. Yeah, sometimes when you don't have work, you think, oh, that's it, I nailed it. But then when you got work and you think, okay, it's time for me to stop, and then you get this wonderful project coming, or the PM is begging you, saying, well, this is what you're specializing in, this was your client, why do you decline this job? And then you simply can't stop. Well, I have this wishful thinking that I'll just push for a little bit. I mean, when you'd have additional income sources that will support you, and translation is not important in terms of earning, but then I get a question from my daughters, who was 17-year-old. He said, Mom, do you actually believe you'll stop working someday? Maybe not. Maybe I am a workaholic. Maybe there's no stopping for me after all. Remembering 2015, you never know what's coming. I was alone with 2 kids, and I realized that my car had full tank of petrol. I realized my destination, that I grab all the cash I have and just would have to leave. Well, I don't know. Maybe these are like some complexes, because I've survived a tons of crises in my life. I was born when Brezhnev was the president of the party. I remember Brezhnev addressing us from the telly. I survived blackouts. I survived tons of things. Maybe this is something that stops me sending the letter to all my clients saying I'm retiring. I mean, no. So true. Any other questions?
Well, how old should a child be already, or to what age should it grow until when you are ready to get back to translation? My last translation job before my child was born was on the previous evening. We went to the doctor, and I said the translation is ready. And she says, if you don't have enough time, please come in the morning. So I finished my translation, and then I went to give birth. And then I went back home. So it took 3 days. I didn't work, of course, in the hospital while I was giving birth, only because they didn't send you any. Yeah, because they had a deadline long enough for me to peacefully give birth and then get back. And in 3 days I completed the translation. Well, as interpreters, we're back online in 2 weeks, right? Well, usually it's 2 weeks after childbirth, after delivery, and they go back to work. Or some of the interpreter mothers left breast milk in a fridge. But when it's sleeping, when the child is sleeping, it's one thing. But when the child is already walking and crawling, and it had me watch. He had me watch himself play while I was translating. To follow up this topic, when after the child is 3 years old, will they let you go to work? Yeah, they will. If you're playing with your child actively, but then there came a time when I was so annoying maybe to my kid. Okay, he says, Mom, go do your business. I'm gonna be on my own. So as during the quarantine, I did not have to coerce my children to let me work. They all had a clear understanding that mom is working. She's making a living. So when the kid was a toddler, he didn't understand what I was doing. So sometimes I just kept him in my field of vision while I was working. So you keep your child next to you. When he gets older, he goes to his room and tends to his Legos and toys. So I have time to work. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for sharing this experience. To follow up to your answer, because I used to work in an office space while I was a mother. That is a more complex story, yes. And I had only 3 days break, and after I got back from the hospital, I was a project distribution manager, so I stayed in profession. But I had a gradual increase of my work time. First 1 hour per day, then 2 hours per day, then 3 hours per day. Yeah, it's the same story with me, but only not in the office space, but at home. So thanks a lot for this presentation and life experience. Thank you. Thank you. Christina, when did you return after childbirth? Which number is the most shocking? Well, first was nothing. So I went back to office work after 3 years, but it took me a year to go back to translation at home. In a month after childbirth, I had my first written translation, and a couple of months my first interpreting after maternity leave. And I was driving with my husband and a child, and then I go interpret. They await me in the car, and then I go back to car, and we go back home. Okay, are there more questions? We have so many questions about the life balance. Okay, then we can wrap this, because the lunch is waiting for us. Thank you for being so active. Thank you for being so attentive. We have a lunch break till 1:30, and we're going to talk about Asian language interpreting. Tatiana Vodenitska and Anton Shpigunov.
afternoon, our dear participants. We are glad to welcome here on our session dedicated to audio-vision translation. We will have three speakers now. You know already Maria Babkina. She had a presentation earlier here. A freelance translator. She works with German and Russian languages. Since 2016, she's been working also as an audio-vision translator and audio descriptor. Audio scripter. Yeah. Our second speaker is Angela Starkman, audiovisual consultant for MMQ, and Robert Link, a true master of the word, audiovisual translator with massive general knowledge of all kinds, marketing translator and senior editor. Please welcome our speakers. Hello.
Hi, dear friends. Actually, there are 5 of us. Also, Valeria Stagnara and Konstantin Yakovlev is there. Konstantin is our moderator today.
Okay.
I'm really
hello,
glad
guys.
to see everyone.
Hi. Well, hello, people. So let's give the floor to Valentina also to present herself.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm a subtitler. I'm from Italy, and my main research field is now the use of CAT tools and the possibilities of machine translations applied to audiovisual translation.
Okay, so I will present myself last. I'm an English-Russian audiovisual translator. Lately, you could see my work on Netflix, but this is not all that I do. But I don't want this to be a bragging session for everybody who is participating. We have a presentation for our session. Do the people see it or not?
Now we see you, and
I have started screen sharing my presentation.
Just a second.
So I just can say there is a session on a audiovisual translation. Let freelancers speak. So it would be great if Angela, Robert, Valentina, Konstantin tells everything that they think about audiovisual translation, not only in this accessibility aspect, but also in others.
Oh, now we see your presentation.
So we have compiled a couple of topics to speak today. We have already welcomed you all and introduced ourselves, but I also want to ask the audience at the terrace hall, maybe if anybody has been involved with audiovisual translation, maybe they can raise their hands and you can tell how many people are there.
Will be interactive, I hope.
So if you have done movie, cinema, subtitle, voiceover translation, raise your hands and you can count for us how many people in Dnipro.
You don't see, but we have one person here. Two
Okay,
persons.
and now who is interested to know about it? Let them raise their hands.
All of us.
Everybody. Everybody.
Well, that's good. Now we know that at least our audience is interested. We will try to be interactive as well and welcome your comments, but let us start with a question that we probably cannot delete from the list of view, even if we don't think that it's not that important in some of translation areas. This is the state of the industry during COVID-19. We have all known that some major studios in different countries stopped their production temporarily, and some of them have already resumed them with different aids to combat coronavirus, but different entry restrictions still don't allow major movie releases to be released in film theaters. And also not all cinema theaters were open all over the world. I know that in Russia the plan was to open them on July the 15th, but now there are talks about August the 1st, and different regions can decide on their own. In Ukraine, the movie theaters had to be open for more than 3 weeks now, but they can have only 50% of seats occupied for each showing, drastically limiting the income of movie theaters. But we have seen the rise of video on demand platforms, and we can see on the graph during this year, it is the first time when revenue from user from video games has lost to video on demand platforms. So that means that every year more and more people watch video on demand. And now I want to ask everybody on our panel to share their thoughts how the pandemic affected or did not affect their jobs. For example, as for me, I didn't really feel any shortage of products because I had a big backlog of products to work on as subtitler. But so it may be the reason that I didn't feel any pauses. But now, as far as I see, I don't see any pauses that are longer than before. But maybe, as we say, it's good when the freelancers feel like they are on a leave, but after 3 days we start to actually feel worried about it. So what about you?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, if it's okay, I could start.
Yes,
yes, share your thoughts.
I have seen a real decline in work and activities, but not all of my activities are subtitle related. I think what we should all be aware of. Do you also hear me twice? Or is it just me?
Yeah, that's the problem. No, that's the problem.
Okay.
We have some echo, but it's not critical.
Okay, then because this is very irritating for myself to hear myself twice within 1 second.
No, it sounds okay here.
What I see at the moment is that the industry is totally consolidating. I think the big companies are rolling out high-tech tools and technologies. And so I think the industry is going to change, not only from a freelancer's point of view, but it's going to be probably also an impact on our work. I personally think that the month of September can be critical to us. And we will see how everything is going back to work after the summer. But it's rather unstable and interesting, and we will probably be rather demanding on all of us, even though I still think it's a good thing to be in this industry, definitely. I think the video on demand is certainly important and will remain so, yeah.
Well, maybe if I can join in now. I'm not quite sure. I have... You can't hear me, but my microphone is open.
I can hear.
Microphone. Yes, here we are.
We do.
Okay, the point is, I would like to avoid the delay of myself in my ear, so I took it out, and I wasn't aware that I needed this one here. Okay, so I would like to agree with Alexander, I think, who said, well, we have less now, but I'm not quite sure if it is Corona a corona thing or if it is just a summer hole. I'm not sure. I don't know. We had a lot to do in the recent weeks, but now it's really declining. It's more than a half. I actually almost didn't do anything this month. So I don't know if it is corona related, but it's really a lot what's missing.
I just agree. Yeah, because if it's about the description, that's Maria. I think I have the same volumes as maybe 2 or 3 ago. Sometimes there are some less because the projects are older, but the system, the main system, then the grant system, the phones, they are working as earlier, but now in Zoom, and I think that I haven't just recognized that it was something because it was always work, 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 work in home office, nothing from home, nothing more.
So if I might say, it's completely it's completely different here, as we had a huge amount of work all through the pandemic and now, and more work is coming. But maybe we have to detach the different field of audiovisual translation. We tend to consider it as a huge number of things. It's not only entertainment. I was working a lot with conferences, with online subtitling, streaming online, YouTube videos, and information stuff. Not only Apple TV or Netflix that are my main, let's say, clients. And that in the entertaining part, we had a complete stop of the dubbing process. So we had the subtitling going forward. So we had to rush to go online anyway, but we didn't have the dub. We usually rely on the dubbing translation. So we wait for the dubbing to be done, and then we just like copy and peek on the dubbing version and do the subtitling. This time we were rushed, like really completely overwhelmed by stuff to translate and subtitle because people were online all the time. So deadlines were really tight. And we are still working at these paces. So it's good. I suppose it's good. But
so,
we're
as we
working
can
like
see,
in a bad way.
yeah, so as I can see, the situation is different for different people, but this may be also because of different roles that we perform. And this is the next topic that I want to address. And on the next slide, I presented the issue with diversification AVT that can help combat the pandemic negative effects if there are negative for anyone. I want to remind ourselves and also to introduce to the audience that is not yet fully immersed in AVT, audiovisual translation, that this is a large chunk of audiovisual translation that encompasses subtitling and dubbing, but not only. In subtitling, and there are always debates about what to consider audiovisual translation. For example, there is intralingual subtitling. It's when we do subtitles in the language of the show. But some say that we cannot just copy paste everything that the speaker says. We need to assess the reading speed, we need to simplify something, etc. There is also traditional interlingual subtitling, and there is also subtitling for the people with disabilities, for the deaf or people with some hearing loss, and it can be also intralingual and interlingual. Voiceover is different from dubbing, as we all know, but some people also want to include audio description as a type of audiovisual translation. And honestly, I see this as a true effect. And also we need to not forget that sometimes we need to audio describe foreign films. Of course, there may be different translators to it first, but still, we translate from different culture of people who hear but don't see to the other way. And in these areas, we can perform different roles. We can translate, we can provide quality control, and we can also work with roles that are sometimes difficult to encompass when we talk about AVT. We can do different file conversions. We can provide clients with video with burned in subtitles if for whatever reason they need it in 2020. If we have our own studio, sometimes they ask to make some other video footages or to change music, and it can be also done. We can work in-house in studio to control what is going on there. And we can also provide linguistic consulting, but this is not only linguistic, but also marketing. We can tell our clients what are the rules in the country, what are the current developments, etc., what will work in the country or what will not. And so I wanted to ask our panelists what different roles they perform and whether they started to perform more of them during these times. Folks?
Angela, Robert? Yeah. Robert, Angela, Valentina?
Well, ladies first, please.
Who's first? Okay, so I'm going. I think we should know at least a bit of all the roles you've mentioned. Like, you can't just be a subtitler and not knowing anything about all the rest of the roles. As you know, it's like a machine. So you're a gear and you need to work fine with all the other parts of the engine. So if I do the subtitling, I need to know what the dubbing translator is doing and what the dubbing actor is expecting from our work. So this way it works smoothly, let's say. Sometimes we are asked to be more technical that we're supposed to be, and sometimes I say like, I'm a linguist, I'm not an IT technician, but sometimes you need to really be able to solve the problems by yourself. So I think you have to have, I would say, deep knowledge of at least 3 roles and be able to perform all of them. I mean, if I am a subtitler, I need to be a translator, an AV translator, because I couldn't be otherwise. And I also need to be able to perform basic QC practices or LQA or anything like that, and be able to solve basic technical problems. So I might be not interested in voiceover, for example, not interested in audio description, which I don't know, I think, anything about, or SDH subtitling, but I need to know how it works at least a little. So it's not many people working together as individuals, but it's working together as part of the same thing we're doing together. So I hope it's clear.
If I may join in, this is quite interesting because it's obviously completely different in Italy from Germany. Because in Germany, the subtitling world and the dubbing world is completely separated. There's no connection. These are 2 different worlds. They don't even
So
communicate.
you have, sorry, Robert.
I'm sorry,
do
I
you
can't
have
hear you
2
right now.
different versions? Sorry, Robert,
sorry.
to interrupt you, but you have 2 different translations for subtitling
Yes.
and dubbing, for example?
Yes.
So,
Yes,
and you don't
definitely.
talk to it? Okay, because
You don't
sometimes
even have
I
contact. You
do.
don't even, as a subtitler, for example, please. As a subtitler, for example, I don't even know who does the dubbing version. I don't know it.
Oh.
And it's very
Here,
often that
it's the
there are
same person.
2 different. No, not even that. It's most of the times it's 2 different companies who do the subtitling and the dubbing. We have in Germany a lot of dubbing companies. They work completely for themselves. All right, they don't do subtitles, and we have mostly in international fields subtitling companies. They don't do dubbing. There's one company now who's trying to merge this, but actually there's no connection. And by the way, the dubbing industry in Germany, which is quite old, almost 100 years, this industry is extremely conservative. It's unbelievable. For translations, for subtitles, they say, okay, there we need linguists. But for the dubbing versions, they say we don't need linguists, we need speakers, because the one who makes the dubbing script needs to know how the voice actor is able to perform the text. So he is the one who makes a text so that the voice actor is able to work with it. So these are completely different worlds. They are not connected.
It's
But
really
it works.
No, there's too much effort. I mean, you could do the job just once. Most of the time when I work
Yeah.
with a dubbing agency who has also
That's
the
what I'm saying
subtitling
all the time,
department,
but, you know.
I do they do the project management to allow me to work at the same time on the subtitling and on the dubbing version. So I would go and translate the thing just once and then send it to the dubbing director or to the dubbing adapter or whatever. And then on the same translation, I can perform the subtitle reduction and stuff. So, and sometimes it's the other way around. I get the translation already made by someone else, but I have the chance to communicate with them and ask them, oh, it was a matter of lip sync, so I can completely change that stuff. Or is it a meaning I haven't got? So it was my mistake, it was your mistake, and we can put things together.
We would move to Italy anytime for that to fix that.
My house is your house.
You can also move to Russia.
I think the
Because if you
problem
like,
is really that it's often quite inefficient in Germany. And it depends
So
also on the
don't take
larger
down
structure.
stereotypes.
So
Say it again.
as I see, yeah. So as I see, there are different approaches in different countries. I want just to jump in with what is in Russia. Actually, it's closer to Germany.
I would
because
say that it's close. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
No, I just want to say.
Okay, if I say that something that you don't mention, you can jump in, because different rights for different translations are usually bought by different companies, and that's why sometimes companies need only subtitle translation or only dubbing translation. And we can talk about all different kinds of audiovisual content. It may be not TV shows, not only TV shows or films that are new to translate, to localize. It may be some educational content, etc. But also, I don't see a way in which I can do my translation twice, putting the same when making it for dubbing and for subtitling, because dubbing is all about, the proper dubbing is all about lip sync and talking. Even sometimes we need to match lip movements for different sounds. So I need to move all the sounds that are similar to close-ups to those shots, and to sometimes add something when the speaker is off screen. But in subtitling, I have another problem, because people speak faster than they read. and so that's why I need to have different lines, different character limitations, and reading speed violations. So I really like to work on only one of these translations. But sometimes it leads to lack of communication between when something is always in subtitling, for example, songs, etc., or when the song is cited later in the movie, we need to cooperate. But for this, glossaries can be made. Maria?
I just wanted to tell that as a freelancer, I used to work at all directions, so subtitling and dubbing and voiceover, but I prefer some of them more. Uh, for example, I'm a fan of voiceover and I'm a fan of subtitling, and I usually receive from some firms and organizations really only subtitling work or only voiceover work. But sometimes you have audiovisual um, film or something like this that you need to make accessible for everybody. So you are the part of the team or a group and you're making subtitling, then closed captures to this, then you can do this alone or maybe with somebody and do voiceover. Not really much of dubbing because that's not so big deal, not for cinemas and others. But I would say that I completely agree with the Valentina. So if you're a Russian freelancer, audiovisual freelancer, you usually need to be universal freelancer. So you can do everything. Sometimes your editor or your QC manager tells, no way, I would never give you any task. But really, if you go to any organization or any firm that I was worked at, you usually is asked for different types of these audio visual translations. So that's the point.
I think what is really important for the audience here, who is not typically already involved with audiovisual translation, know your market and know the businesses that are available for your language. And you should all be aware that it can be super complex and that what is true for Valentina or Maria is not true for my market, for instance. So I think you should be really not believe that it is only one audiovisual translation. There are many different standards and many different ways of doing this work. And every country is different, but also other work environments. So that's really interesting, but also an extra challenge for you guys.
Okay.
For everybody.
I think if I may,
okay.
One thing
Just 1
is
minute.
that you shouldn't really like be working by the rules. I mean, you get guidelines for one client, but they're not universal. So you need to know how, for example, subtitling works. What is the speed rate? Why there's such a speed rate? Why such a character limit? What is the audience? And then you're like the master of your own job. And then you know how things need to be done. And that's a good key, at least for me it worked, to access the market. Like, you don't know what you're doing. I'm a consultant. I solve problems. I don't create new problems. And so that's really helpful, because otherwise you might think, probably as a student, where can I get the knowledge I need to start? And you only get it by doing, by asking questions to the clients, to the people, to anyone who works in the sector, because otherwise you can't just study it on books, because books cannot obviously cover all the knowledge that you need to have to do this job. So don't be shy, just go on, ask.
So from the universality of the audiovisual translation. I will now give floor to Maria, and she will need to tell me when to present the next slide, to talk about the universality of accessibility of audiovisual translation. So Maria, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell that that's the really booming sector. So if you look at the numbers, there are approximately 10% of the world's population with different disabilities, and you usually speak
Please
not only
put the slides on.
some. Yeah, that's wonderful. Not only physical or psychological difficulties or limitations or disabilities, but also learning disabilities. And there is a huge group of people with different language levels by reading, writing, or maybe calculating by maths. So they really need some stuff that is not adapted, but is made accessible to them. So the next slide, please. If you look to the next slide, you can also see the numbers of people who has hear loss or visual loss. So over 5%, that means 360 million people are hearing impaired or have hearing loss, and it can be graduated in different groups. Of course, that's not always the completely hearing loss, but this is the huge group. So these 360 million people need closed captures. Next slide, please. Here you can see also why these people are in that group. So there are lots of mixed or conductive reasons. So it can be just simply allergy, and then you have a hear problem. So or if you're just going to work and can't hear anything in traffic jam or in taxi or in train, so you just want to receive information and you just want to have this time for yourself. So you take your smartphone and you read it. You watch and read without hearing, because if you use your headsets in underground train or something like this, then you can hurt your analyzers also. So the next slide, please. And if you look at the number of people who has vision impairment, there is 3.5% in the world population, and there is over 250 million people, and these people need audio description. So and there is only statistic that we have. There is not all people that took part on the questionnaires, and not every person has such papers that shows that he has or she has disabilities. That means, but this number should must be multiplied. So maybe there is not 200 millions, but 3 or 4 or even more. Next slide, please. And one of the reason is aging. So I understand I have glasses already. So maybe then I'm in 10 or 15, maybe 20 years, I will be this group. I don't know, maybe I can see better or worse, but I know that I would like to have audio description for myself to understand what's going on. Then I'm an old woman and I have my children, and I really like audiobooks and audio description, and I like doing it. Next slide, please. And the problem is, if you speak about working professionals, not everybody shows that a person has disability or some limitations, or because this person doesn't think about it. This person works. This person enjoys life. And if we make it a little bit better, why not? That's why this sector, we're speaking about it, about inclusive culture, about inclusion, and afterwards we have lots of devices, lots of techniques, lots of apps now. It make us able to make an accessible world. And one more time, that's really interesting for everybody who makes an internet site for clients, for companies, for schools, that more than 60% of web users will simply leave the internet site or internet page if it is not accessible. Or Instagram, you usually just look at the photos. Is there any description under that? Wonderful. If I'm hearing impaired, then I can receive the information. But if I'm blind or visual impaired, how can I get it? In Instagram, there is an option to put the description in it, but not everybody uses. But it's already good because they have this option. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. The next one more slide. Yeah, and if you would like to see more numbers, just look at the annual report from Cisco about digital transformations, and there are more than 80% of all internet traffic is audiovisual content, videos. And these videos need to have translation, interpretation, and accessible options for everybody. Next slide, please. So we usually speak about closed captions, live subtitles, or live caption also. It can be re-speaking or it can be made by humans, for example, in Zoom. Also about statistic and interactive transcripts, if we speak about open education platforms, for example, MOOCs or FutureLearn or Coursera and others, by interactive you can just follow the speakers. So it is colored or blinked or something like this, so you can follow what the person tells that teaches. And of course, audio description, you have also TVs with AD on this remote thing. I always forget the word in Russian and in English. So just to put another channel, and you can see, hey AD, I needed this audio description. And of course, right now you can also see that the sector of live audio description, live AD is booming too, because there are lots of people who are visual impaired that couldn't use devices as there is speech to text and sometimes typing text to sound, so they need a descriptor to understand what's going on. And another sector is for cross reality. The next slide, please. And cross reality, there is an umbrella term for VR, AR, MR, mixed reality technologies. And I just want to put an example about immersive environment and multimedia for content with 360 degrees. So when can you can turn around and just look what's going on. And there is a big project by James Hendon about live audio descriptions for these 360 degree videos. So you can enjoy the Pacific Ocean. You can look at the fishes and look. You can hear what fishes are surrounding you by diving, and that's great. You can just look at this using the link. And the next slide, please. If you need to teach somebody how to make the world more accessible, you can just use also the open space, and you can find some courses on FutureLearn. My favorite is this digital accessibility. It is closed now, but all videos are on Vimeo. And the next slide.
This is the last for you.
Yeah. That's why I just thought yeah. The next slide.
But the next slide is mine, and I wanted to tell that when we talk about accessibility and inclusion, sometimes we forget that there are different platforms when those at least subtitles should be watched. So this is just several screenshots from my IPTV provider. I have mostly Russian channels. And as you can see, not always this is a good idea. Only a couple of TV channels have nice white subtitles with black borders. Some are pixelated and without borders. So when you see them on a background that matches their color, they're actually almost undiscernible. Some have positive delay. It's when the speaker tells something and you wait, I think, a couple of seconds until it appears. So the ad reel may be on, but you are still reading what was said during the video newscast or other show. But for me, the negative delay is even worse because you start to read something that is not on the screen yet. Some TV channels are broadcast always with subtitles, but not all the channels have even that present. They show some mistake or either have a video lag if I choose a CC, which is actually SDH stream in it. Basically, the program brings subtitles from two streams. It's either a teletext, which is a history that SDH were put in teletext in Russia, or they're chosen from DVB subtitles if this is a cable channel that is rebroadcast from the satellite. And so just quickly, could our panelists say what about accessibility in their country? Just like a minute for each.
Shall I start?
Yes.
So I think we have hyper specialized people who do audio description. I know there's a particular agency here close to Rome that does just audio description, and you're basically not allowed to enter this sector because they do it so well that it's really impossible that you come by this kind of job. So I think that's quite an excellence. As for audio description, I'm quite sure not all the products are audio descripted now, but I'm pretty sure, for example, on Apple TV, for which I work, they do have audio description on all the products they have, and we usually use audio description to do the SDH captions, the subtitling. So I think maybe here, probably because we are not really sure if we are opening schools in September, we're going to have huge problems like to make the material accessible for all the children who have AHDH. I hope it is the right way to saying it in English. And for my experience, for example, as for university conferences, we had subtitling to explain clearly what the professor was saying, because sometimes, you start, as I'm doing now, you start speaking about something, then you skip on to something else, and subtitling can help you learning because you read it and you hear it at the same time, and then can make something clearer. So sometimes you need subtitling to, just make a summary of what is being said and make it clear to the audience. So I think, as you said earlier, it's probably the most growing sector now. And it's not like the very famous and glamorous part of the audiovisual sector, but it's the one that's working.
Okay. By the way, just to step in with our audience in Ukraine, I know at least two projects about audio description in Ukraine. The first one is probably, if Anastasia Struk is there, she must know about it. This is about the Lviv chapter of the All Ukrainian Union of People with Disabilities that they provided. And there is also Accessible Cinema project that they have even their own app. But the lack of the law base to make this mandatory makes it kind of grant-based project or volunteer-based project. So when governments don't support it, it doesn't felt by the industry that this is needed. But at least something is done. And the last, not the last but one project that I want to talk is about AVT and tech. I myself is not against machine translation or using CAT for subtitles, but only when it's not misused, when I receive lower salaries because they say that I don't need to translate everything. I still need to watch everything and to make sure that everything matches. And I also wanted to present you with a couple of interesting tech developments. For example, Amazon developed an automated approach for estimating the quality of translated subtitles. They developed them, they mark them as good, bad, or loose. And actually by loose, they mean the subtitles that convey the meaning by different means. That is for idiomatic. They worked with 30,000 video subtitles in English and corresponding translations in French, German, Italian, and Portuguese, and found out that the model was accurate in 99% of all languages cases of estimations. There's also a nice idea that hit Slater in May. Netflix doing automatic pre-processing of their subtitles. They created the so-called FIGS app. This is a API for English and corresponding translations in French, Italian, and German and Spanish that they use to simplify sentences and then to translate into low resource languages. One of them was, by the way, Ukrainian mentioned. But some people say that it really takes away the creative aspect of audiovisual content when you don't use idioms and you then translate from English when you don't know, for example, Japanese or Korean. So I wanted to ask our audience how panelists how they use technologies in their translation and their QC. I know that some people are pretty masterful in it. Robert, can you start?
Yes, of course. Well, I'm sorry. I'm using, not losing. I'm using technology. I'm using a CAT tool for my subtitles translations. And it works pretty fine actually, because this CAT tool has a translation memory, and in this respect, I'm able, or I have the opportunity not to write repeated sentences to myself all the time. For example, if you have a film and they're shouting yes, no, whatever 20 times, I write it one time and then the machine does the rest for me. So it works. I have made Erfahrungen, na, help me schnell. Experiences, I'm sorry. I made experiences with just simple machine translations, and I really have to say, these machine translations alone don't work, because they just translate words, but not meaning. That's the problem. That's where you need a human linguist for, and that's where you are really have to look, have to take care that you're not get paid less, because actually sometimes with the machine translation you have more work as if you would translate by yourself. So far to this first.
Ladies?
I think if I might say,
yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, bye. Go. Go. I know. I'm pretty sure we are going to say the same thing.
The possibility, or what technology offers to us is great, and it's really not used enough yet, I think. And I think we should not underestimate what is possible. We will always, or at the time, we are really useful as editors, and it's really important. And there are some aspects, like, for instance, formality, Like in German, this is important. When you translate from English into German, English is always saying you, and in German you have to decide whether it is the polite form or the impolite form, and the distinction is very difficult to make very often. So there are a couple of things that are very difficult by technology to be done, and at the moment I don't know of any technological solution for it. I think what is important is that audiovisual translators are part of the technology picture, not only the companies, the big companies behind. So I think that we should all be as smart and as competent as we can, and understand what tools we can use. In my opinion, it is just like Robert says, not only machine translation, but it should also be a translation memory involved because of the repetitions that we want to be always consistent, which is sort of shocking me because even the standard text for some of our clients needs to be entered all the time. And that is really not practical at all. So I think we should not be afraid of technology. We should use it. We should be a part of the game and be really handlers of the machines. And this should, we even need to be more competent in the long run. And we should be really smart also towards our clients and really not be willing to accept too low rates because of the technology we are using. Valentina, was that what you were going to say?
I was going to say that, very famous chefs, they use KitchenAid, so we are allowed to use tools, but in a way that is as as efficient as we can. I mean, I do checklists, for example, on MemoQ to perform quality check on my own translation. So that way I can, spot. I don't know, sometimes I want to check that idiomatic sentences are properly translated. So I get a glossary, I turn it into a checklist, and that's pretty useful. And it spots mistakes by itself. So why shouldn't I use it? Or I use DeepL, for example, and let's not forget that machine engines for machine translation, they learn, they can be trained. So we can, on the one side, we could write for machine translation, which is what we do in other industries. For example, in the technical field, we write texts for machine translation. So the semantics is different, the sentences are different, the structure is different. We cannot do that, obviously, for entertainment products, but we can train machine translation, and the amount of material, the amount of words we translate is really huge. So we could train, and all that material is lost now. So we could use it to train machine translation and to help us to just work on the things that we are useful in. So you don't need a linguist to translate okay. You need a linguist to convey the meaning, to convey the sense, to convey the nuances.
I will agree with you.
And it's what I do in my job.
But I will also say that probably the use of different translation bases, etc., is also the case of different copyrights, etc. What I noticed is lacking in the MT. There are different names for it used by different companies. There are different engines. What is lacking and why the person is still winning is that the system doesn't match what is written in the text with who is saying what. And that's why we have gender misalignments, or sometimes we have gender alignment, but actually I can be a man talking about myself as a woman, as a joke or something else. The system does not match. The system does not recognize the voice, something that our brain makes in milliseconds, which is pretty amazing and hasn't been encompassed by any system yet. And to conclude the session, because we have less than 2 minutes. Can you please bring the slides back? I wanted to say that it's interesting to continue this cooperation, these talks in different formats. There are not much unions where we can go to. As far as I know, there is a Eurasian Subtitles League, which is mostly affiliated with one business structure in Moscow, but it wants to encompass people from many countries, including Ukraine, by the way, too. It is now a part of International Federation of Translators, and also signed a cooperative agreement with Avatea, in which there are individual persons from Russia, as far as I know, as well as from Assist. And I've also known that some some people from Europe claim that everybody can go to UTICamp and register their translation to receive royalties even from Netflix. It will be interesting to see these developments in future and to talk maybe at some other events online and on site. And I thank everybody who joined this panel. It was very interesting, and I hope that for our audiences online and on site at UTIC, it was too.
Thank you a lot, dear friends, dear colleagues. Thank you, dear hosts. That was incredible that we can be here all together from different countries in this time. So I'm really, really happy that we can be part of this wonderful conference. And dear technicians, dear organizers, thanks a lot. You're great. And of course, chickens, chickens and hens.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also from my part, it was
it
a
was a
great
great
pleasure.
pleasure.
Audiovisual translation is really super interesting. So you should probably just try it and have a closer look and get some information. There is information out there on YouTube, on blogs, and so forth. And it's really worth it. It's a lot of fun. It's a good way of working.
Thank you. I hope to see you on webinars and in our Zoom rooms. Please join us.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
И плюс были технические какие-то трудности. Сразу же сейчас мы подключаем другого докладчика, поэтому, в принципе, не расходимся. Мы здесь все остаемся. Ну, в смысле мы.
всіх, хто приєднався щойно до нас. Наш наступний доповідач Тетяна Чередничок. Вже 3 роки вона належить до громадської організації «Локалізаційна спілка «Шлях без трав», яка займається українізацією ігрових всесвітів, тобто це ігрова локалізація. В цій організації Тетяна виконує обов'язки перекладача, редактора і тестувальника перекладів. Основний принцип роботи цієї команди – офіційна співпраця з розробниками. А з огляду на невпинний розвиток ігрової індустрії у всьому світі і, на щастя, рост попиту на український продукт серед українців, локалізація відеоігр саме українською мовою має всі шанси і перспективи заволодіти ринком перекладацьких послуг. Отже, Тетяна, доброго дня.
Добрий день.
Вітаємо вас у нас.
Чи мене добре видно і чути?
Видно і чути все добре.
То я можу тоді починати, так?
Так.
Гаразд. Вітаю, шановні колеги. Мене звати Тетяна Чередничок. Я є фахівцем локалізації в локалізаційній спілці «Шлях без трав». І сьогодні ми поговоримо про виклики, які постають перед локалізатором відеоігор. Йтиметься про художні особливості локалізації, адже вони, так само як і технічні, вимагають чималої уваги та майстерності, а вже ж. Але почати я хочу з привітань, адже у липні «Шлях без трав» святкує 8 років. Для нас це визначна подія. Я хочу подякувати усім учасникам спілки за їхню роботу, невичерпний ентузіазм, наполегливість, а також побажати всім нам наснаги і натхнення на подальшу українізацію ігрових всесвітів. Але хто ж такі ці «Шлях без трав», як ми з'явилися і взагалі чим ми займаємося? Ми є спілкою, яка займається локалізацією відеоігр українською мовою. «Шлях без трав» утворився 2012 року з учасників волонтерської української локалізації Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. Причетні до цього проєкту вирішили не зупинятися на досягнутому. І от вже цього року ми святкуємо 8-й день народження «Шлях без трав» і маємо більше 20 локалізованих ігор у своєму портфоліо. Хочу наголосити, що ми провадимо лише офіційні локалізації у співпраці з розробником. Окрім відеоігор, ми ще займаємося локалізацією мобільних ігор та застосунків, перекладом серіалів, коміксів та творів літератури. Детальніше ви можете дізнатися про нас на нашому сайті, а зараз ми переходимо до, власне, теми нашої доповіді. Локалізуючи відеоігру, перекладачі стикаються з труднощами художнього та технічного характерів. Про технічні особливості ми вже говорили минулого року, тож сьогодні, як я вже казала, ми зосередимося на художніх особливостях. До художніх особливостей належать всі ті елементи художньої мови твору, це зображальні засоби, виражальні засоби, фонічні засоби, стилістичні засоби, тобто всі ті речі, які роблять художній текст художнім. Ми розглянемо всі ці особливості детальніше на прикладах, але передовсім я хочу зазначити, що оскільки «Шлях без трав» почався із брами Балдура, то сьогоднішня доповідь буде присвячена саме цій забавці, за одним невеличким винятком. Отже, найтиповішою проблемою під час локалізації відеоігор є питання статей персонажів. Очевидно, що головна проблема криється в граматичній різниці мов. В українській мові іменники та прикметники змінюються за 7 відмінками. Є багато фемінітивних форм, а дієслова змінюють закінчення відповідно до числа й особи. В англійській же мові ми маємо 2,5 відмінки, півособового закінчення і жменьку інфінітивів. Жарти жартами, але в цьому є доля правди. Тим не менш, є ігри, у яких гравець грає за заздалегідь визначеного персонажа, як от Чарльз Рід із The Sinking City чи Амелі із King's Bounty. Тоді процес перекладу стає трохи легшим, адже тоді не треба мудрувати над тим, якої статі може бути головний герой, і полегшується переклад реплік самого головного героя або ж слів інших персонажів до нього. Та навіть попри це може виникнути чимало інших запитань. Наприклад, а якщо не ясно, чи ця репліка належить взагалі головному персонажу? А якщо це не персонаж гравця, а тоді не ігровий персонаж, хто це? А якщо це один неігровий персонаж говорить до іншого, а персонаж гравця тут взагалі виходить не до чого, а раптом гравець ходить із супутниками, і неігрові персонажі звертаються то до когось одного, то до всіх. А що робити, коли гра підставляє різні змінні в речення? Звісно, що немає єдиного універсального рішення, і очевидно, що кожен такий випадок треба розглядати окремо. Однак зараз ми спробуємо з вами навчитися давати раду усьому тому, що може спантеличити вокалізатора. Є декілька способів нейтралізації питання статі. Перший спосіб – вдатися до нейтрального формулювання. У реченні, яке ви зараз бачите, невідомо, хто і до кого говорить. Очевидно, що формулювання на кшталт «ти помстився за мене» або «ти помстилася за мене», «я тобі вдячний» чи «я тобі вдячна», вони будуть недоречними, бо у грі ми можемо отримати неприємний сюрприз у вигляді неузгодження статей між репліками персонажів. Якщо ми не можемо визначити гендер персонажів, а в цьому випадку звертання до персонажа-гравця, який може бути або чоловіком, або жінкою, то формулюємо нейтрально. Можемо зробити з цього перекладу рядок «тобі вдалося відомстити за мене» або ж «тобі вдалося здійснити мою помсту». Це вже як кому більше буде до вподоби. Хоча ми говоримо сьогодні про художню складову вокалізацію, ми все одно нікуди не можемо подітися від складової технічної. Бачимо, що тут у нас є змінна, яка позначає ім'я. Та іноді буває так, що змінна може бути не лише одним словом, а й частиною речення. І зараз саме той випадок. У квадратних дужках ми маємо змінні частини речення, а їхні варіанти розділені вертикальною рискою. Аби речення мало релевантний переклад, нам тепер потрібно дати раду не лише статі оповідача, як з цими словами I searched, was unable, could, а й переформулювати речення так, щоб змінна імені name мала називний відмінок у перекладі. Можна перекласти приблизно ось так, і тоді, коли ми пограємося з комбінаціями цих речень, ми переконаємося в тому, що вони чудово пасують одна одній, а ми добре впоралися із поставленим перед нами завданням. Також можна вдатися до заміни минулого часу на теперішній.
I was just a participant during the ADESA seminar, and I was deeply inspired and moved by that. And when we were drinking wine and discussing the next city to visit, we discussed two options, Lviv or Kharkiv. And since it was before New Year, we decided that it's better to do it in Kharkiv, because during that season it's very difficult to find any good venue, any good hotel in that holiday season. And so I had just 1 month for the preparation. I had just 1 month for this moving and shaking, and I had to do all of those tasks like finding the catering, finding the venue. And I was indeed surprised by the kind of audience that I met there, because we had colleagues not only from Kharkiv there. We had 12 people there. Some of them are here in the pictures. As you can see, this is quite a big circle of people. There were some from Dnipro, from Kryvyi Rih. I was also inspired to see some real gender balance, because this way we could hear different voices in this profession. Also, I was pleased that we had not only practicing interpreters, but we also had a teacher of interpreting who is teaching the basics of this profession to students. So one more important thing to mention here is that we had people working with different languages like German and Italian, not English only. As for the content, well, part of it was taken from the previous seminar, but also we did some brainstorming and we asked our colleagues about the values that could be the ones uniting us in our profession. So when our colleagues shared those values, step by step we understood that we shared those values, and this was the most important takeaway from that event, because it was quite clear for me that we are building on some foundation. We have some similarities between us, and we have some of the same values, shared values. Okay, the next seminar we intended to have had to take place in Lviv, and of course we always have to understand that not always it is possible to implement everything as planned, but I have never imagined that this event will have to move online, because when we started this project here, inspired by the energies of the local nature, later had some discussions in a cafe in Lviv and also in other venues, we have always insisted that this should be a face-to-face personal communication, because this is something that helps a lot to hear each other, to understand each other, and this is something we wanted to have, some shared vision, some understanding of the difficulties we all are facing, and some understanding of the solutions that can be helpful. So this interpretation in the booth, these other tasks like correspondence with the customer, they leave us no time for thinking about this. So we are either depreciating those issues or just not paying enough attention and not sharing about them with each other. So this question of professional ethics is important to us, and this is for a reason that we have selected it, because this subject, or the subjects that we are discussing, they are of interest for many of us. Many of us have already faced these ethical dilemmas in our work, and some of us are going to face them in the future. So a lot of colleagues were moved by these discussions, and after Kharkiv we were getting ready for the event in Lviv, and we did not have any doubts anymore, because we saw some real support from the colleagues. There was some real support, some real preparation, and the venue was found. But then the quarantine started, and it even intensified their understanding of this need to communicate. But on the other hand, we were a bit puzzled, because this idea of creating a safe space was not really in line with the vision of an online event, because it's like getting an entire aircraft to use railway instead of the skies. So we decided to split our seminar into a series of webinars, and this had a number of advantages, because thanks to it we got a larger audience, maybe much larger than those who would be able to physically visit us. Also, it broadened the scope of our discussion because of the quarantine we got many more subjects to discuss. And also we were visiting other webinars, other panel discussions, and thanks to this we were able to bring more and share about that during our seminar. So if we want to reduce stress and to improve conditions of our work, we have to follow the best practices, and it is great that we had a continuation of this effort and it never stopped. So all of this continued at these online meetings that Svetlana has already mentioned. Just like we did during the offline meetings, we discussed ethics, the same ethical issues, and those were not theoretical issues. That's not something between the language and cultural studies. No, this is about the actual decisions we are taking daily in our work as freelance interpreters. So how exactly did we discuss the practical issues? Even before the meeting in Odessa, we have listed a number of situations that happen to us from time to time. We have removed all the identifiable information from those situations, and those situations were used as a ground for discussions during our meetings. So these diagrams are the results of our discussions, and actually this is one of the benefits of the online format of the meetings, because thanks to it you are able to provide the electronic form, and as a result you are getting those beautiful diagrams. By the way, our colleague who helped us with the identity also helped us with the diagram. Also, we were discussing these typical situations. For instance, like you are requested to do simultaneous interpreting, and actually you have to do consecutive, or like if the speaker makes a mistake, or if someone asks your personal opinion about the thing you are interpreting about. So there was a number of such cases, such situations, and these situations emerge not because of someone's evil intentions, but rather because of the lack of information, of the lack of agreement about the conditions on which you are going to work, like the conditions of collaboration between the colleagues, the agreement about the relations between the interpreter and the customer. And it is best, of course, to arrange this in the form of a contract. By the way, once again, I'm grateful to Andrei Besedin for his assistance to us with its legal aspects.
And this letter should be sent to a client. So that's just practical advices and things that I have already mentioned. And all our findings we have posted in the big groups. It's a closed big group, but not due to the some high-level group for only chosen to be, and with some secrets, and no, the secrets can't be shared with anyone else. But because for us it was very important to preserve that frank atmosphere that we have created in Odessa, and to continue this atmosphere in online format. This is for us a volunteering project. We have made everything by our intuition. That's why we have established a closed group. And as in Odessa, we have agreed that this group should be closed only in the beginning, upon some results or findings already. As soon as we have something to share with the audience, the group becomes an open one. So this was the background of establishment of this group. The girls shared with you their own motivation in terms of my motivation. I have had just pragmatic or practical intents. First of all, I would like to synchronize our compasses with my colleagues, because sometimes I really experienced one and the same case time by time. Of course, I found my own solution, but I was interested in solutions of my colleagues. And I understood that if we just could listen to different solutions of different colleagues, so I could receive answers for many answers for one and the same question. And the second motivation for me, I could say the following. I just looked at this project as my commitment to the community building as of today, but with the purpose of having better conditions tomorrow. That's just for me personally. What was my vision? If we agree on what we think to be better conditions, to be proper conditions of work, if we share this information among clients, colleagues, then we will elaborate those standards mentioned by Andrea already yesterday. We will develop something, and that would be not just an idea or wish of one interpreter, or for example, I don't want to work solo or overtime or so on, but no, it will be a general common agreed standard of the community. But I was quite a skeptical one in this sphere, because our profession is very isolated. Very often uh, we work in pairs as a maximum, but usually also we work just solo or during a day and so on. But many people whom we know, those who work in this profession for many years, we should just gather them in one room. We should speak about topics on which usually people just don't talk about. I was really skeptical about such discussion. For me, it was a small adventure, a small such experiment. I was really overwhelmed when people the same as I did, they spent a night traveling from another region in order to speak for a day on the professional ethics. They were ready to pay money for rent, to pay money for catering, for tickets. So they spent money and they traveled and came to Odessa. So Odessa was my antidote against skepticism. And Kharkiv and other meetings just add me more and more inspiration. As all these meetings and all these discussions proved, they show that all these situations, all these cases are common not only for us, but automatically also for our clients. So it means all our personal decisions will influence on how clients perceive us, on their attitude towards us, what they think about professional quality and professional ethics, or it doesn't matter how we call it. So we impact on it by our personal decisions. On any meeting, there was a colleague that said that I would like to work in worse conditions, or I don't need this money. It's enough for me to receive less money. Of course, all want to work in better conditions, in proper conditions with proper payment. So it's important for us to establish a platform and discuss what you understand under proper payment, under eligible payment, and so on, so on. All those decisions that we make in such cases, we don't make them by chance. It's not because I just wake up and I make this decision. No, but because we return to our values. Svetlana, the floor is yours. Yes, actually, we understood some moment over the time that in such communities, interpreters in Ukraine, strict vertical hierarchy can't be used, can't be applied for. We don't need some controlling hand. We thought that it can't work for us. Horizontal connections is what works for us. In order to perceive, to have them, we need a solid platform, a solid base. We should speak about values. Maybe you could have thought, what are strange questions that you ask? What are these topics, some abstract, ephemeral topics? Why you think about it? So I just imagined it. What they try to show, they can't glue just it all together, all these pieces. But from each this poll, from each such discussion, we took some particles of information. Then we melted it together in order to make a solid base, a solid platform, understanding of values, it becomes just a term of reference, a system of reference, and we crystallized such a set of values. I suggest to you right now just to wake up. Take your gadgets, tablets, laptops, phones, and our Zoom participants. It's very important to say that today in Zoom we have those who didn't come here, but actually they participated in our online meetings. They are together, they are with us today, they will work with us today. Right now, let's go to the website .com. Please use the next code, menti.com. Go to this website and you should enter the code. There afterwards you will see a list of values that we just collected and took from all those discussions. And what we mean under each value. Of course, it's not detailed one, but you're suggested to prioritize them. It doesn't mean whether you agree or not. We don't tell you that you should accept these values. That's what all of you have shared with us, what you have declared. We just suggest to recall again these values. 386949. This is a code for the website. Please go menti.com and enter this code. Maybe we should renew a page. So the code is 386949. Please go to this website using your own gadget or any equipment that you have and enter this code. Please refresh the page. Yes. So please refresh your page. So the code again 386949. Please refresh your page. So I will try again. So, have you managed to enter the page?
Зараз я оновлю ще раз.
Just wait a moment, please. I will refresh this page. Anyway, I will try just to read out all the values. Now, it's not about priorities, but as we have this list of values. First of all, we have discussed about just respect. Respect is a general value. Respect to yourself, self-respect to the colleagues, to the clients. We have spoke about being frank and sincere with intermediate people, with the clients, with the colleagues about professional standards in in the work, efficiency in the CPD and the continuous professional development in the education. We speak about being brave and take responsibility for your own actions and decisions. We have discussed about care after your colleagues, after yourself, care after professional image. We have spoke about trust to the colleagues in making and implementation of the decision, not doubting their decisions. And what we again and again confirm that and say that there should be no shaming. We have spoken about professional reputation as such a set of results after purposeful attitudes to your own profession and all who represent your profession, not depending on the age of experience, and because experience could differentiate, and that's the whole list. It was quite enough for us in order to establish such a base, such a platform, which would be a start to go further. And unfortunately, the poll didn't work. Of course, it's not a big problem, but you have heard this list of values, and basing on this list of values, let's try to develop a code. We have around 1 hour now. We will stop conference interpreting. We will ask our interpreters in the booths to join us and to create this code, but of course not from the scratch. We have 2 sets of materials, one for each table. The first one is the protocol of ethical code, based on what we have elaborated during this year, and the second one is the AIC code. Actually, we don't have a real active association in Ukraine. We try to develop these horizontal connections, but of course, international experience, best practices of such a high-level organization with a high level of respect and image, of course, it would be useful. That's why we use it as a comparative model, and we will work in the format of the World Cafe in order to hear voice of each one. We will have 3 rounds, 15 minutes each, plus minus. And now let's divide into these groups. Further instructions you will listen when you will be divided already into groups. So there will be a ring, and then so we will have just moving from one table to table. So here there is table number 1. Table number 1 is there. Svetlana is a moderator. So there will be a first block of code prototype. Lika will be responsible for the table number 2. I will be responsible for the table number 3. I will. So please, I will tell you right now the numbers. Please remember the numbers and the names. Anya is responsible for the. So Anya will be in the 1, and read 2, you 3, Vika 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, and read 3. In the booth, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so let's go. Conference interpreting, we just stop right now, and let's work in the groups.
Далі гнати.
Я вам даю просто час.
Ми повинні висказати свою. Так.
Ті вижимки, які на цю тему. Можливо, там чисто так, щоб мати нашу...
Дотримуйте засад доброзичливості та колегіальності. Дотримуйте відповідь, присоромитесь, декорації, що нужно хотя бы начать общаться. Ну, то, что мы начинаем присоромить, это уже вообще правило общения.
Ми намагалися команди загальніше, щоб не була така там спеціальна ситуація, все одно могла писатися.
Да, я согласна.
Если бы это почти придерживалось, было бы очень хорошо. Хотя бы половину, да.
Ну, ми сьогодні давали раз на...
Но это практически...
Щоб я вас дуже просила, щоб я вас дуже просила, на якийсь придумає...
Ну, він мав бути за посилання, наша мама по телевизору показывает.
А маєте більше, можете побачити чат? Читати? Зараз. Я тоді вам просто скопіюю текст, на який треба... Отже, усний перекладач України відбувається і між Я знала. Так, дівчата, значить, у нас з вами цей блок, я вам його скидаю.
Фотографуй и выклади в чат. Фотографуй и вышли в чат.
Так, дівчата, бачите?
Вже на екран. Або напиши.
Ага, так, Юля бачить. Все, поки читаємо і зараз будемо... Чудово, зараз будемо обговорювати. Є самому Андрію посилання, щоб він...
Свята.
Добре, давай, добре. Добре, значить, дивіться, ми піднімаємо цілкового кафе. Що це?
участники. Мы рады продолжить нашу сегодняшнюю программу докладом, который будет очень интересен и полезен пользователям SDL Trados. Итак, наш докладчик Юрий Белик, ведущий технический специалист компании T-Service с более чем 10-летним опытом работы с системой SDL Trados. В компании T-Service Юрий занимается технической частью внедрения серверных решений SDL Trados, взаимодействует с разработчиком по вопросам поддержки и улучшения этого программного обеспечения. Кроме того, Юрий занимается обучением пользователей и их подготовкой к сертификации. По словам Юрия, самой интересной частью его работы является участие в конференциях, где он может не только поделиться опытом, но и получить отзывы от конечных пользователей. Здравствуйте, Юрий. Рада
Здравствуйте.
вас видеть здесь.
Большое спасибо за такое хорошее и приятное представление. Я начну с небольшой презентации и покажу, как реализованные приемы, показанные на слайде, использовать непосредственно в программе. В нашей технической поддержке мы время от времени собираем наиболее интересные вопросы и организуем семинар. У нас недавно был ряд семинаров «Что делать, если?». И некоторыми из этих вопросов и ответов я бы хотел поделиться с вами. Пользователи любого CAD-инструмента, в частности Trados, время от времени сталкиваются с вопросами, что делать. Например, если сегменты не объединяются при переводе, если перевод готов, а заказчик прислал новую версию, или если необходимо найти тот или иной элемент непосредственно в тексте, с которым мы работаем. И обычно, работая с текстом, чтобы объединить сегменты, переводчику достаточно выбрать два сегмента, нажать правой кнопкой мыши и выбрать «Объединить сегменты». Но в некоторых случаях эта опция почему-то недоступна. Недоступна она за счет структуры документа, за счет форматирования. Иногда в документ либо автор документа по незнанию вместо новой строки ставит знак абзаца, либо знаки абзаца появляются при распознавании текста. И это влияет на сегментацию. Давайте посмотрим непосредственно на наш с вами файл. Итак, типичное окно редактора Trados. Соответственно, переводчик переходит от сегмента к сегменту, получает переводы. И у нас с вами остались практически без перевода. Посмотрите, сегмент 7 и 8. Программа разбила его по двоеточию. По умолчанию Trados сегментирует текст по двоеточию. И мы можем объединить наши строки. Как я уже говорил, выделить обе строки, нажать правой кнопкой мыши и выбрать «Объединить сегменты». И в результате мы получаем больше процент совпадения, большую отдачу от памяти. И в результате будем меньше переводить. Аналогичную манипуляцию мы хотим произвести с 4 и 5 сегментом. Тем более, что в окне Concordance, то есть в подсказках из памяти, программа нам показывает, что совпадений частичных достаточно много. Выполняем те же действия, но опция «Объединить сегменты» недоступна. Это связано с тем, что элементы находятся на разных строках списка. Первая мысль переводчика, в общем-то, написать нам в саппорт, и мы подскажем, что можно сделать. Но гораздо быстрее обратить внимание на закладку «Полезные подсказки». И программа сама подскажет, что делать. Например, здесь есть подсказка объединение сегментов с жестким переносом. Если кликнуть по этой ссылке, у нас будет подсказка, что делать. Но я все же покажу это непосредственно в программе. Достаточно перейти в настройки проекта, проект, и поставить две галочки. Разрешите редактирование исходного файла и разрешите объединение сегментов из разных абзацев. После чего нажать ОК. И при повторном объединении сегментов опция будет доступна. И мы сразу же получили лучший процент из памяти. Таким образом, мы с вами посмотрели, как объединить сегменты из разных абзацев. На слайде показано, как это сделать. Эта презентация будет также доступна в формате PDF, как и запись выступления, поэтому ее всегда можно скачать и подсмотреть какие-то действия. Следующий вопрос. Как отменить или добавить некоторые правила сегментации? Мы уже говорили, что Trados разбивает сегменты по двоеточию. В некоторых случаях это удобно, в некоторых не очень. И я для примера взял два адреса. Адрес нашего офиса в Санкт-Петербурге, это Средний проспект, и адрес в Москве, это Старопетровско-Разумовский проезд. При этом на сайте проезд написан в виде сокращения. И Trados точно так же разбивает наш сегмент, наш текст по этому сокращению, так как он его не знает. Я покажу, как добавить это сокращение, чтобы текст было удобнее переводить. Давайте посмотрим на этот документ непосредственно в Традосе. Посмотрите, вместо 2 строк мы с вами получаем 4, а то и 5. Естественно, переводить такой текст не настолько удобно, насколько бы хотелось. И прежде всего, избавимся от сегментации по двоеточию. Правила сегментации в Традосе хранятся непосредственно в базах переводов. Поэтому мы перейдем сейчас в настройки базы Translation Memory. Самый короткий путь, чтобы найти базу, которую мы используем, перейти в настройки проекта, и мы сразу же видим память, которая подключена к переводу. Дальше нажать кнопку «Настройки», «Языковые ресурсы», «Правила сегментации». Здесь перечислены те элементы, по которым программа сегментирует текст. И мы из этого списка просто удалим двоеточие или же колон. Нажимаем «Удалить» и ОК. Следующее, что мы хотим сделать, мы хотим добавить сокращение. В программе уже присутствует список сокращений, он достаточно большой. Но если в вашем тексте встречаются какие-то ваши сокращения, допустим, у вас есть сложный технический текст с нестандартными сокращениями, их можно как раз добавить в этот список, и программа учтет это и не будет разбивать текст по сокращениям. Нажмем ОК. И чтобы эти правила применились, текст нужно открыть в программе повторно. Используем ту же память, в которую мы внесли изменения. И посмотрите, вместо 5 строк мы получаем 2. И работать с таким текстом будет, естественно, комфортнее. И следующий момент, связанный с сегментацией, это разница между знаком конца абзаца и новой строкой. Традос по умолчанию разбивает текст по знаку абзаца, по точкам, но знак новой строки Традос по нему не разбивает текст. Каждый опытный пользователь Традоса, если посмотрит на вот этот файл, первой мыслью будет, что переводить его очень легко. Достаточно перевести первую строку, и все остальные будут подставлены автоматически. И, в общем-то, отчасти он будет прав. Но если мы включим отображение скрытых символов, мы увидим, что строки с 3 по 5 попадут в один сегмент. Такая разница в форматировании может быть вызвана как автором документа. Фрагмент текста автор мог взять из другого источника, банально скопировать и вставить, или же произошли какие-то ошибки при распознавании текста. Если мы посмотрим на наш текст в редакторе, то как раз увидим первая строка, номер 1, напишем перевод. И автоматически получаем перевод как для первой, второй и 4 строки. А вот с 3, если мы ее будем переводить вручную как есть, мы на это потратим больше времени, чем хотелось бы. Поэтому мы точно так же внесем изменения в правила сегментации и научим Традос фрагментировать текст по новой строке или же по soft return. Точно так же, как и раньше, перейдем в настройки проекта, выберем нашу память, настройки, языковые ресурсы, правила сегментации. И если в прошлый раз мы удаляли правила, то в этот раз мы добавим новое. Нажмем кнопку «Добавить», включим расширенный вид и воспользуемся регулярными выражениями. Регулярные выражения – это шаблоны, которые пишутся по определенным правилам. И укажем следующее. Нас интересует знак новой строки. Мы хотим, чтобы по нему программа сегментировала текст. Это знак n со слэшем, а плюс в данном случае показывает, что этот элемент встречается один или более раз. Нажимаем ОК. Еще раз ОК. И повторно откроем наш документ. Даже не будем сохранять изменения. Вот посмотрите, насколько проще переводить подобный текст. Каждый элемент списка в своем сегменте, если они плюс-минус похожи, переводятся быстро и просто. Работая с текстом, каждому переводчику часто встречается следующий момент. Вы перевели текст. В нашем случае это будет презентация PowerPoint, и автор присылает обновленную версию файла, возможно, с незначительными изменениями. Если это Word, в Word всегда есть функция сравнить документы, может быть, найти какую-то разницу, и исправить ее даже вне кат-инструмента, или же использовать повторно открыть этот документ, новую версию в программе, подключить нужную память, подставить весь перевод из памяти. Это определенные манипуляции. В последних версиях Традоса можно делать гораздо проще. Если вы работаете с проектом, просто нажать на файле правой кнопкой мыши и выбрать опцию «Обновить файл». Давайте посмотрим, как это работает. У нас с вами есть переведенная презентация. В оригинале она выглядит следующим образом. Это процесс перевода непосредственно в Традосе. И спустя какое-то время нам прислали обновленную версию этой презентации. Добавили один шаг. И чтобы не добавлять этот файл в проект, чтобы не открывать его заново, мы перейдем в Trados, выберем файлы нашего проекта, нажмем правой кнопкой мыши и используем опцию «Обновить файл», после чего укажем обновленную версию презентации. Исходный текст, который мы перевели, он остался неизменным, а новый контент, он появился как непереведенный. При этом, используя в Традосе встроенные фильтры, мы очень быстро можем найти изменившуюся часть. Нажать все сегменты в нижней части экрана и выбрать статус «Непереведенные сегменты». И вот она разница между старой и новой версией файла. При желании можем даже ее перевести. Но пока этого делать не будем. Следующий вопрос, который рассматривается в презентации, как найти тот или иной элемент в тексте, работая с уже переведенным документом или вычитывая свой или чужой файл. Время от времени нужно найти какое-то слово или словосочетание. Это можно сделать двумя способами. Самый простой, как в Word. Нажать опцию Ctrl-F, указать слово и найти его. Или же использовать плагин, который называется Community Advanced Display Filter. Это расширенный фильтр, который позволяет искать текст по различным параметрам. Немного забегая вперед, скажу, что все функции, которые представлены в Community Advanced Display Filter, они будут представлены в новой версии Trados 2021. Так, перейдем к нашему тексту. Мы хотим с вами найти какое-то слово, например, тот же фотопринтер. Как и в Word, нажмем кнопку Ctrl-F или нажмем кнопку «Найти» на панели инструментов. И точно так же, как и в Word, программа будет показывать выделить искомое слово и переходить к необходимому сегменту. А если у нас установлен плагин Community Advanced Display Filter, нам достаточно выделить искомое слово или словосочетание нажать правой кнопкой мыши и выбрать Selection Filter. И программа сразу же отфильтрует нам сегменты, содержащие искомое слово или словосочетание. Опять же, достаточно часто автор документа что-то выделяет желтым цветом, он же highlight, и просит обратить большее внимание на фрагмент этого текста или перевести, например, только его. И с помощью того же Community Advanced Display Filter, он находится в правой части экрана, мы можем перейти на закладку Colors, выбрать необходимый нам цвет и нажать кнопку Apply Filter. В результате программа покажет слова и сегменты, выделенные этим цветом. И уже с ними мы можем работать. Чтобы убрать примененный фильтр, достаточно нажать кнопку Clear. Еще один важный момент работы с текстом – это цифры. В этом документе есть достаточно большое количество цифр. Это номера телефонов. В Традосе уже встроен фильтр, который позволяет найти сегменты, содержащие только цифры. Но здесь присутствуют пробелы, поэтому он нам не поможет. Для этих целей мы будем использовать регулярное выражение. Оно показано на текущем слайде. С регулярными выражениями, в общем-то, нет ничего сложного. Достаточно запомнить несложный синтаксис. На самом деле его можно даже не учить, а перейти по ссылке на нашем сайте. У нас есть небольшой раздел, посвященный регулярным выражениям, где есть ряд шаблонов. Просто выбрать понравившийся шаблон, скопировать его и вставить в строку для поиска. Главное не забыть поставить галочку «Регулярные выражения». Apply Filter. И вот они, наши номера телефонов. При желании мы их точно так же можем все выделить и быстро скопировать в правую часть. И заблокировать, чтобы с ними ничего не произошло. Если мы работаем с подобным текстом, где много цифр, они нам просто мешают переводить, мы можем применить фильтр и нажать кнопку Reverse. И программа в таком случае покажет текст обратный фильтр, то есть все кроме цифр. И мы можем работать только с текстом, без цифр, что гораздо удобнее. Также, если в нашем тексте присутствуют комментарии, они всегда будут показаны на закладке «Комментарии». Мы можем кликнуть по комментарию, и программа нас отправит к сегменту с комментарием. В данном случае этот комментарий я оставлял сам для себя 27 мая, и что-то здесь не понравилось. Времени у нас остается 6 минут, поэтому все вопросы по презентации предлагаю перенести на сессию в 6 часов. Мы сможем продолжить там работы, разбор каких-то элементов по работе с Традосом. Пользователи смогут поделиться своим опытом. Но самое главное, там будет розыгрыш лицензии новой версии. Но у меня остается 5 минут, и я покажу как подключить машинный перевод к Традосу. Это достаточно простая манипуляция, тем не менее востребованная пользователями. Для этого нужно сделать 3 вещи. Активировать бесплатную подписку на машинный перевод. В Trados входит 500 тысяч символов в месяц. И эта подписка автоматически обновляется и облегчает жизнь переводчику. Следующий шаг. Нужно авторизоваться непосредственно в программе, ввести логин и пароль и указать машинный перевод как источник перевода. Поэтому мы перейдем по ссылке, проверим нашу подписку. В правой части экрана будет раздел Subscription, где мы можем выбрать подписку. И увидим, что у нас активирована бесплатная подписка, в которую входит онлайн-терминологическая база и 500 тысяч символов. То есть с точки зрения подписки у нас все хорошо. Вернемся в Trados. Точно так же в правом верхнем углу мы можем, если я сейчас нажму «Выйти», точно так же смогу авторизоваться, указав те же учетные данные. Ну и теперь в том же окне, где добавляется база Translation Memory, а именно в настройках проекта, мы нажмем кнопку «Использовать». SDL Language Cloud – это онлайн-платформа, которая включает в себя как машинный перевод, так и дополнительные онлайн-сервисы. Добавим наш машинный перевод, нажмем «Ок». И он замечательно нам поможет переводить названия стран. И мы можем, в общем-то, сразу же по всему документу подставить машинный перевод и сократить время на переводе географических названий, которые, как это ни странно, могут отнимать достаточно много времени. Так, я напомню, мы с вами посмотрели, как работать с объединением сегментов, как обновить новую версию документа, как найти различные элементы непосредственно в тексте, с которым мы работаем, и как подключить нейронный машинный перевод. В данном случае мы подключили машинный перевод от компании SDL. При желании к Tradus можно подключить более 30 различных источников машинного перевода, используя плагины SDL App Store. Итак, 15:59. Вас ждет кофе-брейк. И до встречи в 6 часов на Zoom-митинге, где можем продолжить обсуждение работы с Традосом. Спасибо.
Юрий, спасибо огромное за эту целую поленницу палочек-выручалочек. Я уверена, они кому-нибудь пригодятся. И действительно здорово не говорить «до свидания», а до встречи скорой, буквально через пару часов в Zoom-комнате. Спасибо.
До встречи, коллеги.
До свидания. Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Stanislav Ochvat. As a technical translator and translation department manager, Stanislav always has sought to minimize any routine operations in his work and that of his colleagues. This resulted in the TransTools project, a toolkit for improving translators' performance and speeding up the preparation of MS Word, Excel, and PowerPoint documents before translation, post-translation formatting, quality assurance, and other tasks. Stanislav also designs software for other software for translators, editors, and translation companies, and advises companies on technical and software localization issues. So please welcome Stanislav. Hello.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks again for the great introduction. My name is Stanislav Ochvat. I'm really excited to be here today and speak to you about a subject which is very important for me, and as far as I can judge, is also very important for you. Actually, I was going to come to this conference in person, not only because I'm involved with developing tools for translators, and also because I care about translation, but also because I'm a big enthusiast of hiking and various outdoor activities. So I was going to come to this conference with my tent, set it up, take out the various camping gear, and enjoy the time at this wonderful conference outside. This didn't happen, unfortunately, but I'm very happy for those of you who made it despite all the trouble and problems. I'm also very happy to be able to deliver this presentation to you remotely, even though I'm literally 1,000 kilometers away from you. So I guess without further ado, I will now start this presentation about preparation of Microsoft Office documents before and after translating them with CAT tools. Okay, so for most of you, Microsoft Office files, especially Word, are the most commonly translated document formats. When I worked as an in-house translator, I often found myself on autopilot, importing a Word document into the CAT tool straight away without even opening it first. I think this temptation to skip file preparation is easy to explain. CAT tools really make it easy and convenient to work with Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. However, even with such a trusty companion as a CAT tool, preparation of Microsoft Office documents before and after the CAT tool is still very important. And now I will tell you how to make it easy and fun. When we translate Word, Excel, and PowerPoint documents in a CAT tool, we need to remember several things. First of all, these are very complicated documents with numerous features. Some of these features do not need translation at all times. For example, you don't always have to translate comments in a Word or Excel document. So every CAT tool has numerous import settings which control what gets imported into the CAT tool. On the other hand, CAT tools are not all powerful, and they cannot translate all the features available in every file format. For example, you can't translate images in a CAT tool. Second, CAT tools are essentially black boxes. You cannot change the format of a document once the document is inside the CAT tool. This means two things. Number one, you need to format a document before it is imported. You need to clean up bad formatting, especially if the document was converted from PDF. You also need to prepare the document for translation. For example, if you want to create a dual language document. And number two, you need to format the document after exporting it from the CAT tool. For example, you need to ensure that the translated text is fully visible in tables and text boxes. So how can we address these challenges during our work? Here you can see a very simplistic process that helps you save time and ensure a well-formatted document in which everything is translated. It consists of 5 stages. At the analysis stage, you carefully check the document for content that is not always imported into your CAT tool, for example, comments in a Word or Excel file. You also check for things that cannot be translated in your CAT tool, such as images. Obviously, you should also check for bad formatting, presence of tables of contents, and a few other things. At the formatting stage, you do the preparation of the document for the CAT tool. This includes removing excessive tags, incorrect breaks, excessive spaces, hiding content that you don't need to translate, and so on. At the CAT stage, you import the document into the CAT tool using correct settings and perform translation and revision. At the manual translation stage, you translate things that you could not translate inside the CAT tool. At the final post-formatting stage, you format the final document, update tables of contents, and so on. Stage number 3 is more or less straightforward, even though it is, of course, complex. For the other stages, it is difficult to specify what needs to be done unless you know the document that you will be translating. At these stages, you can easily overlook things and end up with a final document that is not fully translated or not formatted well enough. Now I'm going to tell you how you can perform some of these stages in a streamlined way using some of the software that I've developed over the years. So a little bit about my products. TransTools products help freelance translators, editors, and LSPs all over the world save time and improve quality while translating Microsoft Office documents and AutoCAD files. These products complement CAT tools in areas where they are lacking, such as dealing with imperfect formatting and layout in Office documents or translating complex files like AutoCAD and Visio. TransTools is a set of plugins for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Visio, and AutoCAD. It helps you prepare documents for translation in CAT tools, format documents after translation, translate Visio and AutoCAD drawings, and perform other repetitive operations. TransTools Plus is a set of more advanced tools for Microsoft Word. These tools help to prepare documents for translation in CAT tools and perform various QA tasks, such as correcting spacing and punctuation issues, replacing multiple words and phrases in one or more documents simultaneously, and so on. Termorphology Editor is a standalone application that helps you prepare MemoQ and MemSource term bases to maximize their efficiency with highly inflective languages such as Ukrainian, Russian, Eastern European languages, and some other languages. Finally, Forget-Me-Not is an upcoming application that helps translators and PMs not overlook anything when translating Microsoft Office documents using CAT tools. I will cover TransTools, TransTools Plus, and Forget-Me-Not in the following slides. So let me get back to the workflow for translating Microsoft Office documents using CAT tools. The analysis stage is probably the most important stage. During this stage, you need to understand a few things about a document that you are about to translate. First, what is inside the document? For example, does it include images or embedded objects that are problematic in terms of translation? Second, what needs to be translated? Does the document contain things that not every customer wants translating? For example, comments in Word or Excel, or slide notes in PowerPoint. Third, how do you need to configure the CAT tool for this document? In other words, how do you need to change the import settings or to translate the right things and segment the document correctly? Fourth, does it have formatting issues that need to be fixed before you import it? Fifth, what content will not be imported into your CAT tool and so needs manual work? And finally, you need to define a checklist for the post-formatting stage based on the knowledge about this document. This is useful because you usually finish translation in several days or weeks after you import the document, and so by that time you forget all the various details about the structure and formatting of this document. The analysis stage is especially important for Microsoft Office documents, and here is why. Microsoft Office documents are complex documents which have lots of content of various types. Some of this content is not always important for the customer. For example, Word documents include comments which may not require translation. So CAT tools have a number of import settings which you need to configure when you import a document. On this slide, you can see import settings for Microsoft Word documents in SDL Trados Studio. In green, I have outlined those settings which influence what text will be presented to you in Studio's translation editor. The default settings in Studio should be sufficient for most documents, but they are not adequate for all cases. On the right side, you can see two examples of translatable content in a Word document, which will not get imported unless you change the default settings. First, you can see an ordered list with custom format for the list numbering. Instead of 1 or 2, the automatic list numbering says Step 1 and Step 2. Custom numbering formats are not imported by default, and so they will not be translated. At the bottom, you can see the title page of a pharmaceutical document, which uses automatic fields populated by the text from document properties. Again, text from document properties is not imported into Studio by default. Import filter settings are not the only thing that you need to configure. In Word and PowerPoint, you can often encounter tables formatted using tab characters. Here is an example of such a table in a Word document. If you import such a table into different CAT tools, you will get different segmentation results. By default, Studio and MemoQ will not split the text into separate segments on tab characters, and MemSource will segment the text on tab characters. In this particular case, MemSource segmentation is better. However, for some documents, such as this badly formatted document, MemoQ's and Studio's default segmentation will be better. So in order to have correct segmentation in a document, you must know how tab characters are used in the document so that you can change the segmentation settings of your CAT tool as necessary. It is also important to determine what cannot be imported by your CAT tool. CAT tools cannot import all types of content from Microsoft Office documents. In this table, you can see a list of features in Word documents that are not imported into Studio, MemoQ, or MemSource. If your CAT tool cannot import some features, you must translate that content manually. Some of these features are difficult to find as you scroll through a document especially if the document is complex, and some of the features are hidden from view, for example, properties and alternative text. Obviously, you can easily overlook something during manual analysis. And now let me tell you how you can analyze source documents quicker and without overlooking anything. Forget-Me-Not is a new application that analyzes the content inside several Microsoft Office documents and produces reports. These reports tell you what content will not be imported into the capsule by default, how you need to change import settings of your capsule in order to import that content, which content cannot be imported by your capsule, and how you can translate this content manually. For example, this may be images, embedded objects, document properties, and so on. From the reports, you will also understand what updatable content is inside the documents, such as tables of contents, indexes, tables of figures, and some other things. This will serve as a reminder that you will need to update them in the final document. Future releases will also tell you what needs to be checked before importing into the capsule and after exporting the translated document from the capsule. The program will be available as a Windows application and as plugins for Microsoft Office programs. To analyze several documents, you select the capsule that you're going to use and the files that you're going to translate and click Analyze button. Initially, the program will support SDL Trados Studio, MemoQ, and MemSource, and only Word documents will be supported, while Excel and PowerPoint support will be added later. When you click Analyze button, it analyzes every selected document and checks which content present in the documents cannot be imported by your capsule at all or can be imported depending on import settings. It displays a summary of this content, which you can see here. The summary is grouped by document and by type of content, such as standard document properties, embeddings, and others. For each piece of content, you can see the translatable text, word count, the page number, and also whether or not it can be imported by the capsule. You can already use the summary to quickly determine how to change the capsule import settings, what needs to be translated manually, approximately how much additional effort will be required for manual translation and DTP, and so on. You can also see a full report or save it in Word or PDF format. This report contains the list of content of each type, information about it, for example, its word count and page number, whether it is importable, and so on. What's more important, this report also gives you instructions. The first type of instructions is import instructions. They explain with screenshots how to import or not import this content into the capsule. On this slide, you can see instructions for importing list numbering formats for SDL Trados Studio. The second type of instructions are manual translation instructions. They tell you how to translate the content that cannot be imported into the capsule. On this slide, you can see the list of alternative descriptions and titles for images, which cannot be imported into MemoQ, and how to translate them manually inside Microsoft Word. So to summarize, the report produced by Forget-Me-Not will help you perform the analysis stage. It will give you a very clear idea how to translate the document completely without overlooking anything and help you plan the additional work required for DTP and manual translation. Forget Me Not will be released in September this year. The first release will provide a report about translatable content, but future versions will also report on things that you need to take care of during the formatting and post-formatting stages, and will even allow you to translate things that cannot be translated with your capsule. On the last slide, there will be a link to a web page with more information where you will be able to subscribe to news about Forget Me Not. When you have completed the analysis stage, it's time to format the document. The formatting stage is required for several reasons. First, quite a few people use a computer as a typewriter. In a badly formatted document, we can encounter such things as excessive paragraph breaks in the middle of sentences, excessive spaces, and so on. Second, you need to format documents converted from PDFs. Such documents contain many formatting issues, which cause difficulties during translation, such as excessive tags. Third, if you need to skip some text during translation, you also need to hide this text from the capsule. Finally, if you need to create the translation in dual language format, that is, with source and translation next to each other, you need to prepare the document before you import it into the capsule. Now I will talk to you about these formatting challenges in more detail and tell you how to address them. The most common issue in documents is incorrect paragraph and line breaks in the middle of sentences. Since the capsules always segment on paragraph breaks, you will have several segments in your capsule. The best solution is to remove these breaks before you import the document into your capsule. TransTools includes a special tool called Unbreaker for Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. This tool finds incorrect breaks, paragraph breaks and line breaks in a Word document or a PowerPoint presentation, and makes it possible for you to remove them very quickly. All you need to do is click a button to search the current document for these breaks, go through the list of breaks that the tool considers incorrect, and tick the checkboxes for the breaks that need to be removed. After that, you click Correct Document button, and that's it. As a result, all incorrect breaks will be removed from the document, and you won't need to worry about them any longer. Excessive spaces are not so dangerous. However, they reduce translation memory matches. If you have a perfect match in your TM, but the spaces are different, the match will be reduced to 99%. There are several tools that you can use to remove excessive spaces. The first one is called Find and Replace Excessive Spaces, part of TransTools. It works in Microsoft Word, and it has Find Next, Replace, and Replace All buttons, just like regular Find and Replace command in Microsoft Word. The second tool is called Spacing, Punctuation, and Symbol Correction tool, which is part of TransTools Plus. This tool is much more versatile. It allows you to remove excessive spaces, fix punctuation issues, insert non-breaking spaces in a variety of situations, and do other things to improve the document's appearance. The tool presents all the results as a list, and you can quickly decide which issues need to be fixed, and then click a button to fix all of them at once. Excessive tags are a real nuisance for translators. They are caused by very small differences in formatting of words, and you can usually find them in Word and PowerPoint documents converted from PDFs. There are several tools for removing excessive tags. For Microsoft Word, you should use Tag Cleaner command, which is part of Document Cleaner in TransTools. Tag Cleaner changes the formatting of text without affecting the visual appearance of the document in most cases. This is done according to the options that you can modify. The default options should be enough for most cases. Here you can see the results of applying Tag Cleaner to a Word document converted by FineReader. I recommend to use this tool for all Word documents converted from PDFs. There is also a very similar tool for PowerPoint documents called Tag Cleaner, and it's very similar. Okay. Besides excessive tags and incorrect breaks, there are many more common issues with documents converted from PDFs. Here are just some of them. False tables of contents. This is normal text which is converted to a table of contents by mistake, because to a PDF converter it looks like a table of contents. To avoid issues, you need to convert such tables of contents into normal text. Another issue is tab characters between words. These usually occur when the original text was justified on both sides, as in this example. They need to be replaced with spaces to avoid difficulties during CAT translation. The solution for these and other formatting issues is Auto-Format command in Document Cleaner, which is part of TransTools for Microsoft Word. This command is primarily designed for documents converted from PDFs. It finds and highlights formatting issues that require manual decision and fixes some other formatting issues automatically. All you need to do is choose what you want to find and fix by checking the appropriate boxes and then click Run Selected Commands button. When the operation completes, all the formatting issues will be highlighted by different colors, and you will be able to fix them easily. The link at the end of the presentation will point you to a recording of my webinar on PDF conversion conducted for UTIC webinars series. There you will find a link to a detailed brochure on PDF conversion with FineReader and on using TransTools for formatting Word documents converted from PDFs. Another challenge with CAT tools is that for Microsoft Word documents, you can't tell the CAT tool what you want to translate by using text color. Your customer will often mark the text which they want you to translate or to ignore with a certain color. For example, a yellow highlight color is often used for text that needs to be translated, and red text color or red highlight color is used for text that should be ignored during translation. To hide text from a CAT tool in a Word document, you need to mark non-translatable text as hidden text. If there are several fragments that need to be translated or ignored, doing this manually becomes time-consuming and prone to error. Instead, you should use a tool called Hide and Hide Text. It is available both in TransTools Plus and TransTools. Hide and Hide Text tool provides several different options for hiding text based on color. You can also use it to unhide all text in a document. The final formatting challenge for stage 2 is dual language translation. If you try to create a dual language document after you export a translated document from the CAT tool, you will have a lot of copy-pasting to do. The best solution is to prepare the document before you import it. For this, you need to duplicate the source text so that you have two copies of the source text, one on the left side and one on the right side, and then hide one side using hidden formatting as discussed before. Again, you can do this manually, but it takes time. There is a better solution if you want to save time. In TransTools, there is a special tool which is designed for quick preparation of single language documents for dual language translation. The tool is called Dual Language Document Assistant. I will now demonstrate how to use this tool to create a dual language document in combination with some tools from TransTools Plus. Could you please start video number 1? Пожалуйста, запустите ролик номер 1. Here is my sample document in Word format. It is an English document, and I want to create a dual language document with English on the left side and Russian on the right side. To start preparation for dual language translation, I open Dual Language Document Assistant by clicking its button on the TransTools tab. With the tool on the screen, I can easily switch to the document itself and make selections or format something, and then I can switch back to the tool window. Dual Language Document Assistant can prepare text for dual language translation using two different formats: Dual Language Table and Dual Language Text. The first command is called Convert to Dual Language Table. It creates a table with two columns, where the source text is duplicated in both columns, and one of the two columns is designated for the future translation. Dual Language Table format is mainly used when the text occupies the entire width of the page. This format is perfect for the main body of my document. So this one, except the table at the top. And I can also use it for the contact details in the footer. The second command, called Convert to Dual Language Text, duplicates the text of each paragraph using a separator, such as a paragraph break or slash. For this document, I can use Dual Language Text format for the table, the header, and some text in the footer. I will now use both commands on this document. For the main text of the document below the table, I will use Dual Language Table. First, I select the paragraphs that I want to convert. Then I go into the options for Convert to Dual Language Table command and make sure that they are correct. Since I want to place the translation in the second column, I choose column 2 as the translation column. I also choose a yellow highlight color, which should be applied to the translation column. By marking the future translation in yellow, I will be able to use Hide and Hide Text tool in order to hide all the text except that yellow text. Also, I will set border width to none in order to have an invisible border for the table. Finally, I click Convert to Dual Language Table button to convert the selected text. It takes some time to convert the text to a table depending on the length of the text. The operation has finished. Now you can see that the source text is duplicated in the second column, and it is also highlighted in yellow as I indicated in the options. I will use the same format for the contact details in the footer. So I select the text in the footer and also click Convert to Dual Language Table button. And it's now converted to dual language table format. For the table at the beginning of the document, this one, for the header, and for the remaining text in the footer, where the space is limited, I would prefer to use the dual language text format with a separator between the source and the translation. Again, I start by selecting the text that I want to convert. This is a table, I have selected it. Then I enter the options for Convert to Dual Language Text command. I will use a paragraph break as the separator, and I want the translation to be on the right side, and I want to apply a yellow highlight into it, just as I did with the dual language table. To perform conversion, I click Convert to Dual Language Text button. As you can see, the text has been prepared for translation. I will apply some finishing touches here. First, some of these paragraphs will not need to be translated, so I will delete the second paragraph, which is now in yellow. So I will delete it here, 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 and in those two places. Also, I would like to reduce the amount of white space to make the text more compact. So I select the text that I want to format, open up paragraph settings, and choose 0 points before and after each paragraph, and single line spacing, and click OK to apply the changes. I will now prepare the rest of the text in the header and the footer. So I select text in the header and also click Convert to Dual Language Text button, and select the remaining text in the footer, which is the page number, and also click Convert to Dual Language Text button. So the text is now almost ready for translation. The only thing I need to do is hide the source text so that my cat tool only imports the right side, which is in yellow. To do this, I switch to Trans Tools Plus tab and open Hide and Hide Text tool. The tool opens in a pane on the right side of the document. I want to hide everything except the text highlighted in yellow. So under What do I want to do? I select Hide everything except specific text. Then under Hiding options, I make sure that Hide by Color is selected. This is the default option, so it's already selected. Highlight color option should be on, and I choose yellow from the drop-down list. Finally, I click Hide Text button to hide the text. Hidden text is now invisible. And now my document is ready for translation. Finally, I have translated the document and exported it from the cat tool. Now I need to unhide the source text. Again, I will use Hide and Hide Text tool, available under Trans Tools Plus tab. Since I want to unhide the text, under What do you want to do? I choose Unhide Everything and click Unhide Text button. That's it. The document is now ready in dual language format with English on the left side and Russian on the right side. I only need to clear the highlight color. I can do that manually, but I will need to do that for the body of the document, the header and the footer separately. Instead, I will use Highlighting tool, which is part of Trans Tools Plus. I open the tool, switch to Clear Highlighting section, and click Clear Highlighting button. And now the document is fully ready. Alright, so we watched the video. I hope it was quite informative. And now I will continue with the presentation. After computer-aided translation in the CAT tool and possibly manual translation, we finally come to the final post-formatting stage. There are two basic reasons why this stage is important. First, the text usually expands during translation and it can become partially invisible or misaligned. So you need to ensure that text is fully visible inside text boxes and tables, and also align the text. Second, there are so-called updatable fields in Word documents, such as tables of contents, indexes, some other types of fields, and you need to update them so that they show the actual translation. So how can you speed up this process? First, when you perform document analysis, create a checklist for the final post-formatting stage. In this checklist, take note whether the document contains tables of contents, indexes, and other updatable fields. Also note whether it contains tables and text boxes, because when the text expands after translation, some text may become partially invisible in those elements. Check whether the document contains tab characters used to create tables. Often, after the text expands, it will no longer look like a table. When you get to the post-formatting stage, use that checklist for manual review of the document. TransTools provides a number of tools to help with post-formatting. The first tool is called a row height resizer. It is part of Document Cleaner in TransTools, and it tells you which table rows have fixed height. In other words, which rows cannot expand if the text becomes larger after translation. It can also fix row heights in the selected rows for you automatically. The second tool is called Cell Resize Wizard. This is a tool for Excel, part of TransTools. On this screenshot, you can see a fragment of a report in Excel format. The full text of the selected cell is displayed in the formula bar at the top. However, this text is not fully displayed inside the cell itself, and so the customer will not see it. Cell Resize Wizard helps you find the cells where the text is not fully visible and resize them automatically. There are some other tools in TransTools that will help you during the post-formatting stage. For example, you can use the auto-format command in Document Cleaner. Also, in future versions, Forget-Me-Not will provide tools for post-formatting. To summarize, Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint documents are complex documents. Our CAT tools are advanced, but they are not all-powerful. It's very important to format the document correctly and then import it into the CAT tool using the right settings. And it's equally important to check and format the document after you export it from the CAT tool. Today, I have shared with you approaches and tools to help you make these operations more efficient. I invite you to try TransTools products if you haven't used them yet. And of course, try the new Forget-Me-Not application once it is released. And certainly don't hesitate to provide feedback that helps me improve these tools. Here you can see the address of a web page where you will find useful information and links. It also contains a coupon code for getting a discount if you decide to buy a TransTools or TransTools Plus license. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I will be happy to answer all of your questions.
Thanks a lot, Stanislav. Do we have any questions? It was a long, long day full of very interesting
Yeah, I bet.
presentations. If we have some questions, you can direct them in our Zoom rooms and discuss them there. Thank you, Stanislav,
Yes.
again.
Yeah,
And
thank you very much, and
it's a
certainly,
pity
yes.
for us too that you couldn't come here this year, and we hope to see you next year here.
Thank you very much. I do hope to come next year as well. And also, I'd like to say that I will be in the Zoom room on Saturday, the Zoom for discussion of technical tools for translators. So you will be able to ask all of your questions, of course, if time permits and nobody gets bored.
No, it's not about boring, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's all for today on our track.
Да, друзі.
to see you here, to welcome you here. And it's my pleasure to present Rob Davidson, who is really a well-known expert in travel industry, in events organization. We met with Rob in Lviv in November. At one of the conferences, he was consulting the city about the travel development, and you know that Lviv is really, really great. And it's really very welcoming place for events. So we met with Rob, and he was speaking about conferences of future that are not held in these conference halls. That are open and relaxed. So I said to him that we have that event, please, please come. And unfortunately, Rob, everything was against us, but still you are here. And Rob is also very, very close to translation industry and interpreting industry, because in a week after we met in Lviv, he sent me a photo with Tatiana Kaplun, we know her. So they were speaking at some of the events about interpreting, of some of the conference about interpreting. And it's actually a perfect world where the conference events organizers are working in connection with interpreters. So I won't take your time anymore. So Rob Davidson.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. And it's really nice to see you again. And I just wish with all my heart that I could be with you all in the middle of the forest in Ukraine. I've been following the event online and the parties as well, and the talent show. Wow. And it really looks like a whole lot of fun. So it's very hard to be one of the last speakers, but I'm going to do my best. I really respect your industry, your profession. I discovered conference interpreting quite late in my life, but now I always think of myself as an interprète manqué. And I know that in my next life, I'm for sure going to come back as a conference interpreter. It's a fantastic profession. Your work is to international conferences to make them possible. And I have many, many friends in your fantastic industry. So I really, really enjoy speaking at events with a lot of conference interpreters there. I've done that with UTIC in London, in South America, and then in Paris. It's a wonderful, wonderful association. So my job this evening is to speak about conference trends, because of course your industry, your prosperity is very closely linked to the prosperity of the conference industry. So I would like to look at what we imagine, what we think is going to be the future of the industry post the pandemic. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Rob Davidson. I'm the Managing Director of MICE Knowledge, and that is a company specializing in research, education and training for the conference industry. So if you like tweeting there on the screen, you have my hashtag if you hear anything you would like to share. For those of you who still think that MICE is about rodents running around your kitchen, just a quick reminder of what MICE means. Meetings, of course, incentive travel, a form of meeting to motivate management and colleagues, conferences and exhibitions. Sometimes we call it business events, and sometimes we call it even business tourism. But MICE is nice and short, so let's call it MICE. Okay, I want to begin by looking at trends in conferences before the pandemic. What were the trends in our industry? First of all, some good news. more destinations and more venues for MICE events. It seemed last year and the previous years that every week some city in the world opened its doors as a conference destination, building a new conference center, creating a convention bureau, for example. So the supply of destinations, not only in Europe and America, but all over the world, was increasing as more and more countries saw the value in being somewhere where conferences could take place. Not only destinations, but also venues. I've mentioned conference centers, but more big hotels running conferences, even unusual venues, what we call unusual venues. These are things like museums, tourist attractions, like Madame Tussauds, opening their doors to the conference industry. Those are fun and those are funky places to have your event. We also saw, and this is encouraging, every year more international conferences. We count those things, and we saw growth, especially in the international conferences of international professional associations, you know, the International Association of Architects, and so on and so on. We saw more conferences, but an interesting trend parallel to that was that when we count the number of participants, the average number of participants was going down every year. Why? Well, one very important reason is what I call the atomization or the specialization of the professions. New specializations in science, in medicine, so that we were seeing more conferences because there were more specialized associations, but smaller than before. For example, instead of having one big conference for dentists, for example, you would find 4 or 5 smaller conferences, more specialized. Dentists specializing in children's teeth, or remedial dentistry, or aesthetic dentistry. That means more conferences, but smaller average attendance. Encouragingly also, we saw much more professionalism in all branches of the meetings industry. Certification for conference planners, for men and women running conference venues, for people working in convention bureaus. This is very encouraging. Also in higher education, more and more courses for meeting planners, conference organizers. So young men and women coming into our world already qualified with a high degree. More active role for participants, well, I'm going to come back to that because it's a continuing trend when we see that people are not so happy anymore to sit and listen to speech after speech after speech. People want to be part of the show, part of the event. I'm speaking about the participants, the delegates. They want to be much more active and they want much more interactivity. Something I do believe is going to make the job of conference interpreters even more demanding. Sustainability, you know, we understand that our industry has an impact on the natural environment. Hundreds of thousands of participants flying over the world every day to attend conferences. We're very mindful of that. And a strong trend in the last few years has been the move towards sustainable conferences, green conferences, saving paper, saving energy, using venues which practice recycling, and so on and so on. And more use of technology, conference apps, for example, being used, and all the technology that you see, not only in your profession, but in the conference as a whole, to make it much more interesting. Looking forward now, what can we see? Well, we can see 3 phases of recovery, and this really depends on which country you are in at the moment, because this will not be an even recovery all over the world. Some countries are acting like nothing happened. I was in touch with some Finnish colleagues this morning, and they were saying, well, you know, it's like nothing happened here. It's a small concern. It's, you know, business as usual. But in other countries, like unfortunately my own, United States, Brazil, you know the countries, we are seeing a much more serious situation. So since March, we've seen widespread cancellations of conferences, postponements until 2021, which is really a cancellation. And of course, this is something you are well aware of. The next phase, and some countries, Germany, for example, are already in this phase, are opening their doors again to conferences with limitations. Of course, very strict hygiene measures, social distancing, limits on the number of people who can meet indoors, but some countries are already entering this third phase, and the second phase, and the third phase is the one that we're all longing for. But if you were thinking I was going to tell you when, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. Nobody knows. Nobody knows when conferences will return to their normal form, pre-pandemic form. Many people, and you know this too, believe that we will never go back to the old normal. People are saying more and more that there were things wrong with the old normal and that the new normal should be better. So what do we see in terms of conferences? One element which will be very important will be consumer confidence. The men and women sitting listening to your interpretations, they must be persuaded to attend. And you don't need me to explain that in the next few months, even the next few years, people, potential delegates, potential participants, will be looking at their personal finances and thinking, do I want to invest 1,000 euros in traveling to a conference for 2 or 3 days? Can I afford it? And people will not be confident until they know that their jobs are secure, again, that they will have the finances. Consumer confidence will matter. Geographically speaking, it's easy to see that the recovery will come first locally. Local conferences, regional conferences, national conferences, you know, events when no one's getting on a plane with all the potential problems that will entail. No one's going to an airport. I believe international conferences, sadly, will be the last to recover fully. It's going to be very interesting to see which destinations are popular. And again, it's easy to imagine that countries which have managed the pandemic well, which have recovered quickly, think about South Korea, Germany, for example, those could be more attractive than normal for international conferences. Again, helping people's confidence. This sounds depressing, but I've got good news for you. Every man and woman listening to my presentation knows that after this pandemic, our future as a race, as a world, will depend on international cooperation. Scientists, medical people, security people coming together to talk, to confer with each other, exchange ideas, their own ideas for how to cope with the next pandemic, if it comes, how to prevent the next pandemic. This will create demand for international conferences. But if you haven't heard this word already, hybrid, then you know that it's going to be very important. During the pandemic, and this UTIC event is a shining example, so many conferences have gone hybrid. Some people, like the lucky people in the middle of the forest, attending in person, and unfortunate people like me attending virtually. This will continue. This will continue for quite a long time. This is the guy. He's the most important guy at a hybrid conference, filming the proceedings. Here's the official definition of a hybrid conference or blended conferences. But on the positive side, this extends the life of the conference, the reach of the conference. think how many hundred of people are participating today in UTIC. That's very positive. Remote speakers like myself, of course, can be involved too, which is a positive thing. It's demanding. This is demanding for everyone. A hybrid conference, if you haven't interpreted one already, believe me, it presents formidable challenges for everyone. It presents challenges for the organizers because, crucially, they need to keep everyone engaged, participating, and everyone knows how easy it is to lose the attention when you're on a virtual event. You know there's always temptation to go and check your emails or to do something else. Really successful hybrid conferences manage that. They are not simply face-to-face conferences with a camera broadcasting all over the world. They need to engage everyone. It's not new. For many years, international associations and national associations have been capturing, recording the content and either selling it or giving it to their members, making a profit from this. Copyright issues, of course, are important. And I know when I speak at conferences, which I do a lot, the organizers always say to me, is it okay if we use your speech to record it, to present it again? You know, I always say yes, because I always say yes to everything. Here's something fun, which you may have already seen, holograms. This chap in the middle, he is Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and he was one of the candidates, unsuccessful, of course, for the French presidential election. But, you know, this was an event just before the election in France. I was there at the time. And using holographic projection, Monsieur Mélenchon appeared simultaneously in 6 different French cities. It's fun, and believe me, when you're participating in a conference with a holographic speaker, after 5 minutes, you just forget that the guy isn't in the room with you. The possibilities and the potential challenges of interpreting holographic speakers, I will leave you to imagine. But it's becoming more popular. It's better than a speaker appearing on the screen. It's more fun. It's more funky. It can be pre-recorded, which I think from the point of view of interpreters would be preferable. But it's also possible that it happens live. Now, again, a strong trend which will intensify after the pandemic is this one about the attendee or the conference experience. Everyone's speaking about conferences as experiences, and younger participants in particular want that experience. Now, if you look at this graph, you can see that in the middle, during the event, when people are there face-to-face, the engagement level is very high. They are learning together, they are networking, they're chatting, great. But the challenge now is to extend that engagement over the many months before the face-to-face event and after the face-to-face event. This is becoming crucial. Using social media, and UTIC is an excellent example. We had a lot of social media activity running up to the last few days, and I'm convinced it will continue after today. So this is again a strong trend, and we speak about it as extending the event life cycle. So what's your role as interpreters? You know, you should be there before the event, after the event, with a little testimonial, 1-minute video saying, I'm Tatiana and I will be interpreting during the event. You won't see me, but you know, I'll be in the box at the back of the room. There's a role for you in creating excitement, those kind of behind the scenes stories that look great on Instagram and Facebook and so on. fragmentation is an intensifying trend. And again, I'm sorry, but it does not make your life any easier. The old model, which was, I call it, proclamatory, the sage on the stage, one speaker after another with Q&A in between, simple. That format is breaking down because especially the younger generation, they don't want it anymore. They're experimenting with more participatory, more interactive formats, and more flexible formats. Campfire sessions, for example, groups of participants having, I call them mini meetings outside the main proceedings. It could be a dozen people sitting outside or during the coffee break, having a meeting together, exchanging information, exchanging knowledge, and so on. You need to be there. It's logistically very, very challenging, but if it's an international conference, my goodness, they are really going to need interpreters even in those smaller off-program discussions. Live audience feedback for speakers. The younger generations in particular want to be part of the show. They want to express their opinion more, not just during Q&A. They want it to be much more participatory. The off-program side discussions, I've already mentioned them. And we're understanding something very interesting about conferences. A lot of the value of conferences, and you know this from the last few days, is outside the program. It's those encounters that you have in the bar in the evening, exchanging knowledge, exchanging business cards, exchanging problems even. Those are a strong part of the value of conferences. Again, what is the role of interpreters? The mediator, the facilitators as well, are going to have a more demanding job because they have to manage all this. They need to keep everyone on track. They need to involve the people participating virtually, and they need to moderate much better than they're doing now. So this is you. You look great. You work well in these situations. Lots of people, headphones on, listening to speaker after speaker. But this model is breaking down. More of this. Formats. Not speakers on stage, but you know, the man in the middle, he's a moderator. The two speakers are sitting with him on the stage, and he's interviewing them. It's like a TV chat show. And it's much more interesting, it's informal, they're making their points, they're getting their information over, but in a more relaxed way. What you see on the screen are questions from the audience. And they're not putting their hand up and waiting for the young lady with the microphone to come to them. They're using their smartphones. They're using technology such as Slido, an amazing invention, to send their questions in real time to the speakers. It's more relaxed, it's more funky, it's more participative. Over to you. How are you managing that? Here's a campfire meeting, and they're having fun. It's a valuable part of the conference, but how to manage that, how to involve the conference interpreters, because this is not part of the program. It's a much more informal element, but nevertheless important. And you know, even this, you know, outside, during the coffee breaks, what if one of these participants needs an interpreter? You know, he's just met a Russian guy who doesn't speak a word of his language, and he doesn't speak a word of Russian. SOS, interpreter, where are you? That's going to be more and more important. Less of this. This is a sign of the kind of extravagance, conspicuous consumption which has characterized conferences, some conferences in the past. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is, for most people, the most difficult period of their life the past few months. Look around you with all my heart, I believe that extravagance, this kind of champagne element of conferences, will be out of fashion for the foreseeable future. You know, one thing we've learned during these terrible times is that some of the most important people in our society are the people who've kept the show on the road over the last few months. The supermarket workers, the bus drivers, the nurses. And everyone knows that those people are not well rewarded for their work. But I think we're reassessing our priorities, and one result, I believe, is that extravagance, luxury, conspicuous consumption will not be so fashionable. We're going to see more of this. This is a conference. This is the end of the day, 5 o'clock. The formal part of the conference is over, but these participants are putting their jeans on and doing something for the local community. People on the left, they've just been picking up the trash in a park. The people on the right, they are creating a nice garden for the residents in an old people's home. They put down grass. 2 hours later, she's painting the wall. They've made some nice benches for the old people to sit on. Now, these are small things, small gestures. But number one, it's becoming an important element of many conferences. And number two, it shows that we have a heart as well as a brain. So it's going to become an important part. Again, is there a role for you? Yes, you should be there, picking up the trash and interpreting. Finally, the impact of the lasting impacts. More concern for the environment. You know, the one winner in the past few months has been the natural environment. I'm here in London. I'm Scottish, of course, but I live in London. The skies are empty. You know, I see 2 flights a day going over my house compared with dozens and dozens in a normal day before the pandemic. We won't forget that. Green meetings, sustainability will become more important. Corporate social responsibility, what we've just been looking at, doing something for local people, for disadvantaged people, a couple of hours working in a food bank, again, it's going to intensify. Less extravagance. Don't expect the champagne or the Prosecco lifestyle so much. I know you love it, I do too. And more competition from technology. And you all know that from the recent developments in conference interpreting technology. But the message I want to leave you with is this. We're all, ladies and gentlemen, you are all now going to have to, with your clients, whether they are companies or associations, make a stronger case for using face-to-face meetings. Let's not be mistaken. Many companies and associations have discovered virtual events for the first time in the last few months. And a lot of them are thinking, this is okay, we can continue. But we must persuade them not to. Remember this slide. There are advantages of online events. There they are. But there are problems too. Technical problems, I don't need to tell you about. But problems of confidentiality, potential hacking of online conferences. You know all this. There's no body language, which is so important, especially to interpreters. Time zone differences. You know, there are probably people in China following this conference today in their pajamas because it's late. Problems of attention, problems of fatigue. But look on the right-hand side and memorize these factors. These are situations when only face-to-face will do the job. When you want to inspire people, when you want to create an important emotional climate, when you want to develop trust. You need people looking at each other in the eye, shaking hands, developing trust, developing rapport. Now it's over to you, because this is part of your job to campaign, to lobby as much as you can, and above all, to be very sure in yourselves of the advantages of face-to-face meetings, and then to become an ambassador and broadcast this to anyone who will listen. Allora, almost finished, but don't go away because I have something exciting to tell you after this slide. And I'm looking at my phone, I have 15% left, so I'm hoping that it won't die. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, from my heart, many, many thanks. First of all, to the organizers for inviting me. You are beautiful people, very, very kind. And all of you, thank you for your attention. When I know you're all thinking about tonight's festivities, I wish I was there. Here's my email address. Please don't forget it. Take a note because I love to hear from your profession, from people doing your job. You always have amazing stories. So keep in touch. And on the right-hand side, a little reclama for me. If you've enjoyed my speech, I have a lot more information on our industry in my latest book, Business Events, which you can find on Amazon or anywhere like that. I'm very proud of my little baby, and everything I know about our industry is there. So please, if you feel like knowing more, get it and read it and give me your feedback. Now, talking about books, I have something exciting now. I have this book in my hand. Can you see it? Can you see it? Yes. I recently got 2 copies of this book. One for myself, because I want to know more about your industry, but also one for one of you. So what we're going to do now is to have a quick quiz and 3 simple questions. The first person to text me with the right answer, the right answers, will win a copy of this book. So send me a text with your 3 answers, and I will then contact you if you are the winner, and I will ask for your address, sans indiscrétion, and I will send you this amazing book. So get ready, get your phones out, and give me the answer to these 3 questions. You'll see my phone number at the bottom of the next screen. I don't know if I'll be able to see your. Well, we'll see. I will get your texts, and I will promise to send the book to the winner. But it would be nice to announce the winner here. So here we go. Here are the questions. First of all, there's my number, and here's question number 1. The I in mice means what? What does I stand for in mice? Question number 2. A famous poem dedicated to a mouse, in fact called To a Mouse, was written by the national poet of which country? I'll give you a clue. The poet's name is Robert Burns. And here's the most difficult question, number 3. Mouse singular, mice plural. Of course, you all know that. Which other word in English ending in "aus" for the singular forms its plural in the same way with ice? So, mouse, mice, but give me another word in English that makes its plural in the same way. Okay, let me see if the answers are going to start coming in. I hope it wasn't too difficult. I really don't know how much you know about these topics. I have had one from another ending in long and afraid. One of the answers was wrong. Oh dear, have I lost you? Have I lost you? Okay, so let me like this. and I'm going to look at to Natalia, and I will see the book. I hope you enjoy it as I did. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said far too much already, as usual, but I'm going to stop now, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Я включила. Rob, can you hear us?
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. Do we have a right answer?
Oh, we got one right answer.
Did
from
we?
Natalia.
Natalia.
Yeah, I said it.
Natalia who?
You didn't hear me.
No, we didn't hear you for a few minutes, so we decided that you went somewhere to check your phone.
I did. Natalia Fedorenko.
Natalia, congratulations.
Now
Great.
I need Natalia to send me her address and congratulations. 3 great answers.
Great.
Do you want to know the answer?
I personally do, because I don't know any of them.
So, number 1, incentives. Number 2, Robert Burns is the national poet of Scotland.
This I know.
Of course, my country. And number 3, louse. Louse and lice.
Oh, wow, great. Thank you, Rob.
Congratulations to Natalia.
Natalia, congratulations. Поздравляем, Natasha. And now let's ask for the questions. And you know, the audience was very engaged and it was very numerous, taking into consideration that it is the last speech for today. So congratulations, Rob, on your wonderful speech. Any questions? Andrei.
Hi, this is Andrei Besedin. The biggest challenge for many online events for the interpreters is how to explain to the speakers that they need really good internet connectivity and good microphones. We all try to do that, and it seems like really all over the world this is the biggest challenge. So what could the interpreters do? Thank you.
And we still cannot use some weapon, to convince them, so we really need an answer, before we start using that illegally.
Yeah, it's a very important question. And you know, I have to, at this point, say a very big thank you to Alexander, who has been very patient with my Wi-Fi, which is not good enough, obviously, and it makes it very hard for interpreters. I understand that. I think that you need to tell speakers well in advance that if they do not have the right Wi-Fi, strong Wi-Fi, then they will not be interpreted. There's nothing else. You need to warn them. You need to tell the organizers to warn the speakers well in advance. It just has to be something that we get used to.
Thank you, Rob. Any other questions? Well, it seems to be that it was clear for everyone. Thank you very much, Rob. It was a pleasure to have you here. And thank you very much for your presence for our participants, and hope to see you here on site one day.
For sure. Have a wonderful evening and hope to see you all again next year in the forest. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. See you in the forest. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
День, да? Уважаемые участники, это был наш последний доклад.
Was our last talk for today, and the interpreting program doesn't say farewell to you. It's not over yet. We have a socially important talk on Friday on gestures language. So we're expecting you to visit us here on Friday. Thanks for your participation, and thanks